thinking about what a course we could have, and today we are live with that course. The perception of technology is fairly been sitting on the driver's seat and driving the car, and not being a mechanical engineer to identify what the parts are. Right? Because all of us are in that same perspective, right? And if there is a necessity, we would do it. If a car is repaired and we don't have an option, we immediately go to a YouTube video, call up a friend, do what not. And I'm sure in pandemic that is what we did during our kitchen experiments. Right? We wanted to learn something new and we wanted to try. All of us went to YouTube and we started learning something. And today, that is the biggest cultural change. Your biggest of universities are not those like the Nalanda or the Harvard. It is the WhatsApp and the YouTube. But so much of information is there that you will get lost in it. Agree? And you need to also remember the difference between music, sound and noise. Because of so much information overload, and my sir used to keep on saying, my mentor, late Rafiq Abdul sir, he used to say, all of us are overfed with information, but we are starving for the right thing. We are starving for the right thing because we have so much. But what do we do? And this course is an attempt to bring those things together. What are we going to be covering in this particular course? Technologies will become fundamental to us. It gets embedded as a part of our life. Gone are the days where we said pass a bank statement and pass an entry. Maybe tomorrow if we upload a bank statement, we expect the software to pass entries automatically. Our role will be to validate that. Right? The tasks which are repetitive and mundane will slowly be taken up by the systems. More and more productive, intelligent, knowledge-oriented is what we are doing. Are you clear with the fundamental atmosphere? The second module goes a little more deeper into AI. The third module focuses on machine learning. Right? These three are one set of discussion which will happen today, and I will be the faculty for all the three modules for you. Right? Tomorrow when we start, of course they might be slightly rigid, but the topics are tomorrow. We will understand digital transformation, and assuming we have to do some sort of a statement extraction from Tally. Because Tally is like, when the moment we say accountant, CA, Tally is the next word. Of course other softwares are also there, but it is not so pervasive. Right? So from Tally we have to extract certain reports. Can I create my own TDL? All of you have heard of TDLs. What does TDL do? It's a setup where you are able to extract some information, do some reporting, add some additional features. Can I create a basic TDL to get started? Right? Can I extract reports, Power BI and all of those things? Right? So that is something which we will cover. Then the buzzword, which is on the ChatGPT. How do I use ChatGPT better? More importantly, am I using the ChatGPT the right way? Right? A simplest thing within ChatGPT is configuration such that every time you ask a question, it will give you the answer. In this era of AI, and the moment ChatGPT came, I asked a very simple question. And maybe Hyderabad will be able to relate it better. I asked a simple question. How do you make biryani? Right? And the moment ChatGPT said use this, use that, use all of those things. And then I was feeling a little bad with the output. Why? I am a vegetarian, it is giving me all possible non-vegetarian options. The same question you ask ChatGPT, give me 5 tips for income tax saving. It will talk at least in one of those about some IRS form. Where is IRS form coming into picture? It is US. Because the ChatGPT you ask the question is generate, the output you are getting is generate. That is where, remember, context is king. Unless you give the context under which you are going to ask anything from an AI solution, nobody will be able to get the answer. That is what we will explore in one of the modules. We will also be looking into some of the use cases from our reporting, right? All of those things. That's basically lined up for day 2. The day 3, what we will do, we will look into something on a project finance. We will look from an auditing and taxation, right? And also we will look into some ethical dilemmas and issues, right? That is the objective. And when the session started off, or the discussion started off, all of us were very clear about 3 things. First, we will not do a virtual session, we will do only in-person session. And you all know the reason why. Undivided attention, and therefore you will be able to implement. Second, how much of a theoretical concepts we are going to explain, we need to back it up with some sort of a practical hands-on implementation. Right? But the implementation or hands-on will come with some disclaimer, because some of these solutions are paid, some of these solutions are free. We will do a mix and match of. And the third very fundamental question or point which we were very clear is to explain to the participants that AI is not equal to ChatGPT. Rather, ChatGPT one of the scenario or use cases or etc. Be very clear about this. It's why everybody is going, Allah over this ChatGPT. Yes. What was very difficult for us to do, it is simplified. So ChatGPT becomes a means for achieving it. Are we clear? But there could be multiple other means. For example, there is something called as a Claude AI. In your WhatsApp, there is something called Meta AI. At least last 1 month or 2 months, right? Meta AI uses something called as a Llama model. So there are different concepts over here, and each has its own advantage and disadvantage. But unless you get your hands a little dirty, you will not be able to get it. This is like practicing the 10 or 15 problems for a CFL exam. We will practice 15 problems, 16th problem will come in exam. But what we learn during the practice of that 15 is the approach to solve the 16th problem. That's what. Are you clear with this? So these are the fundamental thought process. And the discussion is spanning of 2 hours. We will figure out how the tea breaks and the lunch breaks has to be accommodated, so don't worry about it. Lunch will anyways be there, right? And it's a full house audience, and I'm very thankful for it, right? And close on that ground, let me begin. So what is it that I want to cover? The first thing which I want to spend some time is get some reasonable comfort of a concept called Industry 4.0. Now you might be saying, sir, we have been reading it since at least last 4 years. Because pandemic, everybody has gone for it. I'm talking about the steps which have evolved. Before knowing that if you jump into it, I'm a little skeptical whether we'll be doing a full justice. Right? So that is first. Second, what are the AI applications? Right? In typically accounting and other things we look into it. And then closely to AI is a concept called as RPA. Oftentimes it's misunderstood. Right? So let's also understand what an RPA and how it can solve a problem. Remember, the focus of these sessions is to understand the technology and apply our mind to where this technology can be used to solve a problem. And that is why I say, what is the tastiest food in the world? What is the tastiest food in the world? Tell me. Some people might say biryani. Some people might say home food, okay? Sir? I would say, sometimes in life, small anecdote. So, this was I think during the Tenali Ramakrishna time or Akbar Birbal time. So one of these people, the king said, if I have the tastiest of the foods, I will award that person with a fair award. So they came, everybody came, the king was not happy. Right? And then this one of these jester, either Tenali Ramakrishna or Akbar Birbal, whatever, one of these gentlemen said, he said, Your Majesty, I'll give you the tastiest of the food. But only one condition, until evening, you have to wait because it will take a lot of time for me to prepare. So he was like, okay. And he said, you should not have a single drop of water because only then you will enjoy my taste. He said, okay, something great is going to get, some feast. Right? So typically after 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock. He started getting more and more hungry, and he kept on asking his ministers. Finally, this gentleman comes at 5 o'clock, and he opens the bowl. All of the ministers were shocked. What was there in the bowl? Rice and dal with limited salt. Very basic thing. The king did not notice that. He immediately ate it. And he asked the king, how was it? He said, this is the tastiest food ever had. Similarly, you cannot say that one AI solution will solve all your problems. Context is the king. Deciding when to use what is where our human intelligence has to come into picture. Just AI will take it, sir. I hope you are able to, right? So that is what we spend some time. Then we look into one interesting concept called blockchain. The moment we say blockchain, suppose that is a cryptocurrency. Okay, occasionally I use other languages, I hope I'm okay. Mainstream would be English, occasionally just to gather. And I think a good portion of from Hyderabad. There are also some audience from other places, but okay, we'll use a combination, right? And of course, cloud computing, and we'll also look into Web3. The first thing is how industries have evolved. If you go back, and this is a very, very important milestone. In fact, a little later, we'll speak about Industry 5.0 and 6.0, where the future is in, right? If you look into this, it all started with the 84, where one very interesting concept. The AI or the computing of today was like the steam power that time. What required manual effort, suddenly with the steam came in, it was able to change. And imagine that point of time with misinformation. Today we have WhatsApp University and you're able to at least communicate, you're able to search. That point of time, how much of misinformation would have gone when these technologies came in? I would not call these as technologies, these are industrial evolution. They came up with mechanization, they came up with steam power, they came up with a weaving loom. All of this, what did it do? Remove the manual mundane task. Agree? Let's take one step ahead. This moved into mass production. Industry 2.0 was characterized by one very beautiful thing. A human need not go to multiple places and do the work. Human will be there in the same place, machine will bring the product, you do the work and send it. Agreed? You have seen those Charlie Chaplin movies where he keeps on doing like this. So much so even in the night he is doing that. That is what Industry 2.0. But then the major shift came in. What happened? We started speaking about the chip. Right? The chip, which is that small thing, of course, way back it was fairly large. Today, the smallest of the tiny chip can do so many things. It can get you cash out of an ATM machine. Right? It will make sure that your car goes through the toll booth comfortably. And I think some of you are Hyderabad, you have crossed the toll booth to reach this place. Right? In case you have taken the outer ring. And then came the 4.0, where these started getting connected. Today, sitting over here, if I go to an app and I click a button, certain things can get switched on and switched off. And these are devices I'm talking of. That means I am able to interact with the device to perform certain things. Sitting here, can you give an instruction to your Alexa so that it can play a song at home? It is possible. We may have, may not have done it, there are some ways we can do it, but it is possible. That means the world has become more and more interconnected. Now, given that system, what are we talking about these 4.0 technologies? It all starts with as simple things as robots. Right? In fact, I will give a difference between what is a robot versus bot. I'll speak about it in a few minutes. Right? Basically, simple language, it is used to carry an object, move it and things like that. In case you have not seen, one of the things which you can go home and probably look at it or in the break time, Amazon's automated warehouse you look on the YouTube. You will get a very, very interesting perspective. See, the whole objective of my session is not just to teach you technology. It is also to have a mindset change. Because if you learn a technology, you will think that where can I use this technology? That's all. So sir told, okay, use it in GST, I will use it in GST, make a maximum income tax. But if my concept, we focus on the concept and the mindset, you decide where you can use it so much so, it can save a huge amount of time. talk about system integrations, applications getting integrated interface very quickly. Nobody even thought when the Uber app came, I could link it with a Paytm app and then go make my payment. So I can go cashless. This I'm talking about what? 8 years back. Correct? We're talking about IoT. I have a mobile device. Through that I book a bike or a taxi. Within a few seconds the bike or taxi comes in. Or sometimes it tells me where is the nearest bike available or taxi so that I can walk up to there. I can self-ride on my own. You have seen these technologies thanks to IoT. We are talking about data completely on different independent servers, cloud. Right? So like this, all of these, additive manufacturing. It's more to do with 3D printing. Right? You will not believe certain parts of the body which has to be replaced are replaced using 3D printing technology. So that it is that much more accurate. I'll give you one more classical example. Whenever all of you wear a new pair of shoes, one of your leg is comfortable, the other leg is not comfortable. It is always the case. You know why? Both our legs are not of the same size. The shoe it is manufactured is of the same size because it is manufactured by a machine with a precision. Now how do I try to overcome? The more you use it, after 1 week you get used to it and then it becomes normal. Yes or no? Now what Nike did, Nike said, I want to give my users of the shoe a better experience. So they had a stall, not in India, somewhere else, where you go to the stall, you stand in front of a particular device. What that device does is it prints the inner sole exactly custom fit for your foot, so that you are comfortable. Now what are we talking of? 3D printing, additive manufacturing. So the technologies like this are rapid, and ever since the pandemic came by, I have seen a huge change in what I call it as intelligent technologies. Right? A huge change in this intelligent technology. Now those, what they have done is they have given a sense of thinking capability with the machine. That is the mind shift and the thought process. Now given the fact that you are aware of these things, right? What is actually the evolution where we are headed? It is pertinent that we understand how this can be used, and therefore let's spend some time to understand what exactly is it. Now, interestingly, AI has so many definitions, and I am not going to go with the definition word. For me, AI in a simple language is a machine is able to think and do certain things, as simple as that. It can start with the Google map. And let me tell you, Google map is not something which is there now. It is there, I think, at least about good 10 years. Easily 10 years, right? We are talking about going backwards in 10, easily 10 years. But the accuracy rate is improvised now compared to that. That's a different story. In fact, some of the times when you go in Google map, we know the location, but we don't know which house. Sometimes it so happens that I know the location, it says Google goes straight. I don't know this is straight or this is straight or this is straight or this is straight. What do? We walk 2 steps, walk another 3 steps, we do all that animated thing in the road middle, and then they realize this problem. They brought augmented reality where you take your mobile phone, switch on the camera, show the road. It will say not this road, go this road. It's in India it is not there in all the places, it is there only in select places. For example, Mumbai has, some places in Hyderabad has, etc. That is where they are getting it. That means the technology and intelligence is not something which is new. But why this has become so much of a buzz is the available resources which has created this ecosystem. AI was always there. I'll give you one more simple example. Since last 5 years, most of your mobile phones, the photo app or the gallery app has a feature where if you type something it will give you some result. For example, if you type red, it will give you all objects with red. Or all your photos were red colors. If you give celebration, it will give you. But the accuracy of that is improvising day by day. Notice that. Right? It is in fact like you looking into a 2000 laptop, assuming you have in your laptop or your screen, and you have a 2024 laptop. What is the first thing you will say? Was technology was like that, now it's become. That's the graduation. So which means AI was already existing. It's the way in which we are manipulating and seeing it. We are seeing a lot of mistakes, right? So I'm talking about speech recognition. How many of us have used the voice to text feature on your phone? Right? Now this can save so much of your time instead of sitting and typing. I'm not talking about voice memo. Voice recording, that's different. I'm talking about voice text. And so much time it saves. Right? I literally, my office is the first floor, my residence, when I'm coming down the stairs, I immediately open the mic app and talk about messages and I send it and it's over. Otherwise I have to stop, sit and text. Right? So we're talking about it. And the accuracy level is only getting better. Right? We're talking about problem solving. A simple example is a Google map which is able to navigate through different routes and says here there's a problem, why don't you do an alternative route, right? So this is all about intelligence which is going in the hands of the machine. To understand it in a very simpler perspective, I have a small video clip and hopefully the audio works. Let's quickly clear it. AI, competent society. That means a society which is able to accept, more importantly, use AI for good. See, at the end of the day, this is a life. You can use to chop vegetables. You can use to cut smallest of the objects. You can probably use to butcher meat or even stab us. Right? So, given that, one very important thing which AI, that video you picked up, is the fundamental concept of computing. The traditional methodology of computing, you give a data set and you say, hey, program. Use those code, the system or the computer runs, and you have an output. Whereas the AI is a little different. What does it do? You give data, you tell the output or the structure in which you want, and the system auto programs. In other words, the output over here and the input are fed into the computer so that the computer can take an action automatically. Are we getting that fundamental thought process? The similar fashion, let us say we are talking about a GST notice which we have received, and we say, hey, you know, this is the format prescribed under rule whatever. It will program itself and give you an output. Right? Now it depends on which solution you use. I'm not going to the solution mode. You use ChatGPT, you use Bard, you use Gemini, whatever. Bard, medium, whatever fancy things. I'm not going to that. That will go gradually. Right? That is where we are. Right? But if I take this a little further, where is this being used in practical perspective? I'll give you three simple, very simple use cases which is going on today all good. The first one is fraud detection. Most of you have credit cards, of course a debit card, credit card. I'm sure you would have purchased during the last few days something because of this Amazon sale, Flipkart sale, independent sale, whatever. The moment you spend, let's say, a limit, let's say 1 lakh, 2 lakh, at one swipe in your card, within the next few minutes, most of you would have got a call saying, please confirm if you have any performance. How? There are using some mechanisms of fraud detection where amount exceeding a particular limit not processed in your regular transactions, because your average payment or transactions is 5,000, 6,000, whereas you are now doing 50,000, which is 10x, 15x, whatever. And normally you go to a small restaurant or shop and you do it. Suddenly you are doing it online, right? These all parameters give a trigger. You might be thinking, sir, why do I require artificial intelligence? I can write a simple rule now. Give greater than 10,000 rupees. Give a call. Then imagine how many calls you will be getting. Imagine the user experience. Every time you are making a credit card payment, you are getting a call to confirm, you get irritated. Now, how do I solve this problem? Bring in an element of intelligence. But you know during the sale you are making a couple of transactions. The first transaction you get a call, second transaction after that you will not get a call. Because it is known that the card is safe. But the same you after doing this 1 lakh rupees transaction, you went in a foreign website and did another transaction. You get another call. Because another rule gets triggered. And that is it. Right? Let's go to the other example. Credit scoring and risk assessment. I don't know how many of you heard the Honorable Finance Minister making the budget session. She mentioned one very interesting word. Public sector banks shall no longer rely only upon asset-based financing or income-based financing and has to consider alternate means of financing. When I went to a market at a very young age with my dad, right? I noticed one peculiar thing which used to happen every day. There used to be one guy who used to come with some very small bag like this. What this fellow used to do, he used to go to every shop and give 500 rupees in the morning. 500 or 400, whatever. And he used to do it every day. I actually thought he was purchasing from every shop. Then I asked my dad, why is that person going to every shop and giving 500 rupees? He said, you have only seen half of the story. Come one day evening I'll take you. So one day evening I went. What this guy did was, every day evening he used to collect 520 rupees. You know what he was doing? What is today's modern word called as micro-lending? Microfinance, micro-lending, right? 500 in the morning, 520 in the evening, 20 rupees for every 500, that's 10% of return per day. Right? Now imagine, I need to convert this into a problem statement, therefore I can give credit. This is exactly what Bajaj Finance is doing today. You go to a website, within a few seconds you are able to get the credit. Based on the number of UPI payments which the Pani Puri fellow receives, you can give him credit. 90% of the banking applications have a EMI recovery rate of monthly. You change the algorithm to do daily. give them credit, banking the unbanked. This is exactly what fintech companies are doing. Are you getting the concept? And what are they doing? They are using, in fact I was fortunate enough to audit one of these algorithms. But it was at the very initial stages, and with a lot of hesitation they sort of give me an opportunity. So after a lot of hesitation, I got an opportunity. When I asked some of the parameters, I was spellbound. I'll give you one more example. This is one of the payments bank. What they did was, they wanted to give credit in a village. They wanted to give credit in a village. So they went to a village. They said, okay, fine, let's go ahead and do it. But problem, the first question when everybody wants to give a loan, what is the first question they'll ask? Of course, KYC and other things. Next, most important is what? Civil score. When will you have a civil score? If you have bank card, if you have digital transaction. None of them are there in the village. Can I give them a loan? No. But are they worthy of repayment? 100% yes. So what they did? But what is the risk in a village? Village, the income is from agriculture or allied industries. Now, how do I assess the risk? If agriculture crop yield fails, that means my repayment history is impacted. I think what these people did, they went to Google Map. They zoomed the Google Map. They took an image of one village and village 2. They come, but in Google Map there is something called terrestrial view. In case you have seen that, it will give you all the trees, barren land, etc. They converted that into data. The more the greenery, that means there is an agricultural produce. The more the hospitals, schools, societies, or whatever residential complex, that means it indicates some progress. The fact that Google Maps is able to capture data more accurately indicates itself as progress. Right? Using that parameter, they decided it is better to give credit in village versus village. What are we talking about? Right? Now the same principles. Now if you want to audit this decision making process, unless you get a fair bit of the logic of this AI algorithm, where will you give it? Now what do we do in bank audit? Sir, this form is not safe. What is that? Declaration from borrower not obtained. Asset is inadequate. What are all that story we give? Right? Look at this. Let's go to scenario 3. Algorithmic trading. In fact, in little machine learning we'll speak about this a little bit more. Today, the moment the stock market moves up or down, it will just give the initial trigger. Based on this, all the algorithms will start selling. So the stock market falls faster because of all these algorithms executing it. We all know, if few people start selling it, then what happens? Supply is increasing, no demand. Agree? So these are few interesting use cases from our AI. I'll just pause for a minute and I want to ask any one of you, what is a very interesting AI use case which you have noticed? Anybody? It could be finance, non-finance. That's not the. What is the interesting? Yes, sir.
Sir, as we go for shopping, suppose I want to jacket. Next time all the jacket related products are coming.
Lovely. Sir said, I wanted to buy a jacket. He went and searches the word jacket. Next few days, wherever he sees jacket only is following, sir. Happened with all of us, it happened with footwear, it happened with mobile phones. Because they use a combination of these technologies to do a targeted marketing. Why so much, sir? In YouTube, you search for one word. Next 3 days, your feeds, suggestion, your Instagram, everything is this. From Netflix to YouTube to all of these people, they use this algorithm in the back. Now, I remember one very funny algorithm. One person was searching in Amazon. So, and okay, I'll also talk about one more thing, slightly related to this, right? It also shows you complementary things. You buy a mobile phone. People who also bought a mobile phone also bought earphones. Next, screen guard, case, I don't know what else, right? I saw a very interesting case. One person said, a person bought a fan. A person bought a fan. He gave an algorithm suggestion. A person who bought a fan also bought a rope. I don't know what that was meant for, right? A rope for hanging from the person, I do not know. I'm just giving you a scenario, right? So that means this is where algorithm can go wrong and do anything. but anyways. So I hope you got an idea. Any other financial use case you have produced?
Not a financial use case.
Yes, sir.
Remember, yesterday I was searching for tea. It immediately suggested these are better brand, better lower price. This wasn't available in Zomato.
I agree with you. So they keep on doing some sort of a feature based improvement. Yes, sir.
Something of similar sort of experience and created animation along with the voiceover and the subtitles from which are coming place.
Absolutely. Correct. And that is why generative AI and other things which are possible. Where with a simple paragraph you can create in video. You know, today, in fact, in one of my LinkedIn posts I mentioned, I can literally become a movie director. I can give the plot, the AI will generate and give. Sir, I'm not sure how many of them are aware. In Netflix, there is, I'm not able to recollect that word, there is a new type of I don't know, it's called a smart movie or something like that. Connected movie. Interactive movie. Thanks. Interactive movie. You know what that interactive movie is? Based on the choice of your mindset, the movie will have 3 climax. I am serious. Gajini movie, you don't like the hero to die. One type of climax. You want the heroine to come back alive. One more type of climax. And remember, they are taking one movie with 3 different things depending on your scenario. Because remember, based on your perception and your thought process, agree or not? Based on your perception and your thought process, they are, see, at the end of the day, what they want everybody to watch Gajini movie. I'm just giving Gajini as an example, not that, whatever it is, right? So, this is where hyper personalization, data modeling, giving you the next recommendation, all of this is where it is actually. Are you clear with the fundamental basics? Can I go to the next technology? Right? Yes. Any other questions? Are you good? Before I get it, are you okay with the pace at which I am going? Not too fast, too slow, reasonably comfortable? Yes, sir.
Sir, we generally read the algorithm word, but what is the algorithm?
Oh, good question. Algorithm in a layman's language is a command or instruction. I'll give you a simple scenario. You have written one instruction in algorithmic prediction. If the share of this particular stock falls below 20%, by example, if you are a person who is interested to buy on dips, if you are a person who is doing a day trade, we have heard this word called stop loss. What is stop loss? Beyond a particular point, I don't want loss to be accepted. So I define the algorithm beyond this particular price. If the share is falling down, automatically sell. I write a program like this. That program is called as an algorithm. Short form of algorithm is algo, and therefore the word algorithm. The same algo can be used in everything. Yes, sir. Now you got a fair bit of an idea what AI is. We'll go a little more deeper into it. See, first is for me to give a flavor that you are able to distinguish these technologies. If you are not able to distinguish these technologies, it becomes a little hard for us to go to the next part. Right? Next part is an RPA. What happens in an RPA? The word itself consists of 3 things. The first is robot. Second is process. Third is automation. Let's come to the reverse order. What is automation? Simplest example. Earlier, if you had to wake up, every day you have to set an alarm. Agree or not? Today, you have a feature. 6 a.m. Below that, what does it come? Every day.
Then you can choose the days.
So now what happened on Sunday also it was ringing at 6 a.m. I didn't want that. Somebody wrote to the Android developer, sir, Sunday also what, sir? Then they gave an option, you decide which day. Happened with this or not? So much so that I landed in a foreign country. My watch, my clock time zone was not changed. I landed at about 8 or 9 a.m. But my 5 a.m. alarm started ringing. right? Of course, it will take some time for the network and everything. So that's the simplest example of automation. Let's look into our office. All of us have this one wonderful job of downloading 26 years. 5 years backwards, how was 5 years? 10 years back, of course, 26 years itself in the last 12, 15 years is matured. Initial period, how was this 26 years? First it was manual, take all the Form 16 or whatever Form 16 data. Second, what did we do? It was available in the website. Take every information and type it. Today, this year income tax filing season, has any of you copied the 26 data and put into your software or income tax software? No. What did all of us do? Import. What that software will do? Of course, each software has its own way of doing it. I'm not here to talk about the software. I'm talking about the process followed by the software. What is the first step one? Your software has login credentials. It is stored within the software. You click on import. First thing what will you do? Open the income tax website. Earlier the captcha you had to do something. Today the software is done doing something. It is taking care. Earlier the captcha button you had to give it, right? So now the username has come, password is come. Where is it coming? Is it opening an Excel file that here is the username password? No. It is automatically taking that, entering this information. Password entered. What is the next step? Navigating to that menu. That menu has changed so many times that we forgot where is what option. And the best part of all of this is 26 years is not there in the income tax website. It is there in a different website. But that website authentication is different. This authentication means username password. This website authentication is different. So I jump into this website. From here I go and jump into from the roof of this website or building. I am jumping into another building, happily pulling this information, coming back to this website, then coming back to software. 3 websites. How much time it took? Few seconds. Let's keep 1 minute, sir, because the server is busy. Best case scenario 30 seconds. Classical example of robotic process. Simple. Technology jargon we use that. First what we see we will understand. All of you agree? That means what did it do? Did it automate? Yes. Was there a process which you were earlier following? Different applications, different system. No, process and automation, it married and brought them together. Then it wrote what is called as a robot, or popularly called as a bot, in simple language, a program which can do all. Are you with me? So a program which was written to grow across multiple applications and then pull this. Way back in your probably 10-15 years, Microsoft Excel had a concept called macro. But macro could do something only within an Excel sheet. If it is stepping out of Excel sheet and you are able to do multiple things, nobody knows. The bade brother of macro is robotic process. It's a name. I hope you are able to get it. Now, where this can be used? Have you ever thought of client sends the bank statement? Let's say I do the categorization A, B, C, or let's say simple suspense. I click a button. All my entries should get passed in tally. That is what happens, sir. This is a perfect use case for a robotic process automation. I'll show you today. We may not be able to develop it. The thought process, because it will take some time, and this is not a session focused on RPA, right? This is a conceptual answer. Right? So, an RPA, my dear friends, is a computer coded software that performs repetitive, very important rule-based tasks. I'll tell you why this you will get confused a little bit, right? And it is cross-functional and cross-application macros. That means it can go for multiple functions, multiple applications. On the right hand side, just to clarify, RPA is not a walking and talking robot. Don't get confused. Oh, it's actually a robot doing. No. See, our perception of robot, we got so much confused when looking into movies. It comes and says, hello, memory 1 terabyte, memory 1 gigabyte, whatever. All these funny movies we have seen, right? We are not talking about that. We are not talking about physically even existing. It is just running in the system. very important. RPA is not artificial intelligence. Let me be very clear. RPA is not artificial intelligence. And I'll tell you where RPA intelligence will come into it. I'll give you an example. RPA is rule-based automated logic. I'll give you one more simplest thing. Some of you might be using Outlook. Microsoft Outlook. Since time historical, I'm talking about at least 20 years, there is a feature in Microsoft Outlook called as a rule. If the email comes with this particular word, go into a separate box. Experience not. That is a simple concept of a rule-based automation. No intelligence, nothing involved. Are you getting it? That means we are talking about a system where the moment I press the rule, whatever I configured, automatically go to the classification. Nothing for us to worry. I hope everybody get it, right? That brings an interesting question. That if this is the case, I thought it was using intelligence. No. What is the so-called difference between RPA and AI? First is in terms of the AI, which can replicate. I'll give you the same example. We spoke of that bank statement. In that bank statement, what did I tell you? Assuming you have the ledger mentioned, you are transferring and pushing that into tally. But who's doing that ledger answer? All of us. Imagine that ledger classification, I automated it. How many rules can I write? It depends upon scenario to scenario. Assuming a company or a bank statement has got only 5 sort of incomes, 5 sort of expense, I can write the rule. But you think only bank statements will have only 5 expense and incomes? Unlikely. Maybe one bank statement could have. Like for example, money comes here, automatic that loan account statement is zero. Money comes from one account, interest principal goes up. It's a very standardized. So I can use an RPA. If it is not standardized, there is a problem. I have to use intelligence to classify. And how will I use intelligence? Today, bank statements earlier was 1 page, 2 page. Today it is 50 pages, 80 pages. Why? Thanks to Google Pay, Paytm, and other phone pay. Left, right, and center. 10 rupees also. So much so a beggar also is giving QR code, sir. Because everybody are telling to beggar, no paisa. No problem, QR code. I saw Mandir Archa, that temple puja. He is saying he also put QR code. Because nobody is putting children. Everybody is carrying mobile phone. They are not getting bothered. He is saying no problem. So everybody is evolving. Right? I still remember during the demonetization, that one of those few days later, near my house, that Pani Puri Kalam, the tender opening, that was what is the cultural shock for me. But I said, yes, that is reality. Correct? Which means, if I have so many transactions and if I have to classify them, intelligence is. Are you getting the difference? Now that intelligence will do classification, but pushing the entry is automation. You getting the difference? Intelligence and automation. One can survive with the other. Each of them can survive without the other or with the other, depending upon the use case which you are running. So do not say, oh boss, I will use an AI engine and RPA, all of those together. Frankly speaking, now are there software we provide for doing this robotic process automation? The answer is yes. An example, Automation Anywhere is a company. Blue Prism. Microsoft Power Automate. In fact, Microsoft Power Automate is one of the very interesting apps. You can download the desktop app and you yourself can create a custom flow. What you can do with that? Very simple. What is one of your repetitive tasks? Understand? See whether you can give it a shot. Now you don't know where you can use it. No problem. Go to Power Automate website. There are automatic bots which are already there for free. Download it, choose the path and folder, it will run. Are you with me? Right? Be a little careful when you are experimenting. Experiment is some sort of a test data, you will get it. Are you getting the reference? So, it is all to do with intelligence. This is all to do with, that's the fun. Right? Rest of them are what it can do, what it cannot do. I'm clear of that. Are we clear with this? Now, where do I use this? Payable and receivable automation. What is payable and receivable automation? If I have to follow a payable cycle, what are the steps? Step number 1, receivable letters. First I should raise the invoice, the email is sent. Step number 2, follow up for payment, credit term, all of those. I'm not talking about we following up with our client at level of that is understood. We talk about a typical use case, right? So I am raising the invoice, sending an email, I need to get back the acknowledgement, confirmation, then he will have some payment credit terms, and then finally he will intimate. That intimation comes back to my mail ID. Assuming I download one folder where bank statement is downloaded and kept there. What this will do? Download, read the rule, check the similar pattern or the wordings. If the wordings are there, reconcile. That's a simple example of receivable. Payable. Many of the companies, and in fact this I suggest to you people, most of us today are doing accounting work for various things. You change the model little bit. It is only refurbishing it. Don't call it as accounting work, call it as virtual CFO. That is the buzzword. I became like a CFO. Don't think that's not that company itself is small, no problem. It's a small company, you become multiple small company CFO. Sitting from your home, you can do it. Today, what we do for our clients is only post-mortem. What is post-mortem? After transaction happens, it happens. Why can I render the service during the time the transaction is going on? Do monthly review of books. See, today, with all due respect, the way practice has to be looked into, the lens is changing. Earlier, client used to come to me. Because today I was a subject matter expert. Today also I continue to be subject matter expert. But there are other subject matter experts like ChatGPT. There are other subject matter experts like ClearText. In other words, knowledge has become democratized. What is available to you is available to him also. 90% is already formed an opinion. He comes and says, "Sir, correct? Correct, sir? Say ya, nahi hai." Sometimes he is giving us better ideas, which I didn't know existed also. And I'm very open, like sometimes I've learned from the friends, it's okay, part and parcel to it, right? Why am I telling all of this? Now imagine, you start taking over, one of the simplest things all of us have a problem, sir. And this one thing can solve so much for your client. The payments and the transactions are completely irregular. Whenever they want to take a payment, what the corporates do, very simple approach. They have two cut-off dates, 10th, 20th or 25th quarter. All invoices which comes on 10th, I will make payment on 15th. All invoices which come until 25th, I will make payment on 30th. Invoices come, I prepare an Excel sheet. Invoices come, I prepare an Excel sheet. Take that Excel sheet, summarize, send to the bank for making payment. We do the services, just like all of them, we also do this. But I realized there are a lot of lacunae in this. So what I simply did, this was 5 years, 5 to 10 years. We wrote a simple macro. That macro, what it will do is, it will have some basic input parameters which an article staff can enter. He will enter all of those. One person reviews. And we started maintaining a master. What is a master? Bank account of all vendors in one page. And that sheet is copy protected or edit protected, so that accidentally you don't edit. The password can be 1 to 3 also, but accidentally you don't edit. What it will do, the moment they use this vendor, the first bank account will come. Take that into a notepad file, upload it to a bank statement, the transaction is over. Today how that the client is doing the payment, for every fellow one is writing a check, or every fellow he goes and mentions NEFT 5,000 rupees, make payment. Then you realize, oh, 5,000 rupees paid, 10% what is that TDS I forgot. Are you getting it or not? What did we do here? Put up a process. Because why I am also telling you is the objective of the course should not only be that you use this for your office, use this for your client and you make money, sir. don't make money, one of the tech chain will make money. Am I speaking correctly? At the end of the day, tools are available for him. Also the same tool for you also. This is what is called digital transformation, sir. Big corporates use big fancy buzzwords. We are using simple word. What is that simple word? Streamline your process, accounting and other things and things. Are you getting it? So, receivable management, financial, reconciliation process. Your GST are 3B versus 2X. One of the simplest use cases of reconciliation possible. Streamline the process. 99% the tally data entry does not capture so many details. If that was captured, the reconciliation becomes easier. That's why I keep on saying, think of a pre-mortem than a post-mortem. Preventive health checkup rather than tablets and medicine. You use that approach, you will be able to better use these technologies. Right? Having said that, let's have a quick demo of how an RP is functioning. All of us reasonably know the screen, a typical Windows screen, right? You have a tally icon there. Of course, not the prime, the old version. Gateway of tally, all those stuff. This is my bank statement. In this column, I am just written the account number. I have written bank, just for an example. This is the RPA flow. I am using the solution called Zapier AI. Right? All that I have done is, I have written a simple flow. This is the, sir, you are asking algorithm. This is a visual representation of algorithm. There is another option, code. It will give you code. Now what is it doing? I click the start button. Can you see that? It is reading the algorithm one by one. Then it is going to the Excel sheet. If it is debit, it is opening payment. If it is credit, it should open receipt. Look at it. And to me, this looks like a normal human being is doing it. And by the way, it is not a normal human being. The bot is doing it. What did it do? Write the ledgers and payments. Let's go to the next example. See, amount it is right. Choose the ledger. Right? And then write the narration. Submit Excel. You are able to feel now technology is not very complicated. It is something which all of us can use. Right? Unfortunately, during the tenure of our practice, we learned the law. We learned how to audit. But we learned how to audit using the traditional methods. Today tools are so many. We just have to upgrade. You are using a manual car. Today most of us prefer a automated. You have to relearn driving. No, you only have to be conscious of the gear. It's another matter your left leg is sitting idle. It's another matter your left leg is, those are used to automate manual car versus an automated, right? Your left leg will be sitting idle. You use your right hand for both accelerator and brake. Yes or no? Those who start learning with the automated car, they use right leg for accelerator, left leg for brake. I am just saying this is the truth. Go and check with any people. Yes or no? Now, today you are equipped with the worst. You can easily come to the best. Agree my point? So what did this do throughout this process? It automated the data entry. Remember, this is not the only way which you can do. This is one of the ways. Okay. Right? Let's go to the next. Okay. I just pause it for a minute. Any questions on RP? Right? So the next technology will spend some time to understand blockchain. Yes, sir.
Can you go back to the tally how the RPA is taking up the entries? Is there any mechanism which is predefined?
You have to go to Zapier AI. This example, this use case I'm talking, sir. Go to Zapier AI. There is a rule set. Step 1, step 2, step 3. You just have to go and say this. See, today we are not talking about no code, low code. No need to code. You mention the steps, automatically the code will get it. Right? Sir, again, I think there is one method. There are hundreds of methods. I have some software, like for example, there is something called TCAT, Tally to, Excel to Tally, E to T. One of the software which I have been using. You take an Excel sheet, write one column with remarks, and just say convert into general template. It will convert into general template. Then you say upload. automatically all the files gets uploaded into that. Over. Here, one by one entry. So, in the video which you saw, you are sipping your coffee without doing any work. Right? But you cannot do any other work at that point of time. Understand that? It comes with some pros and the cons. Now you want it to run in the back end without disturbing your flow. Assuming there are 5,000 entries or 500 entries or 5 lakh entries. Then you have to change the technology a little bit. Or you put one system which does only this work. So everybody who's walking and going, he sees that this laptop is working on its own. And I think that is happening in some of our offices because some of them are using any desk and continuing are using an office. Work from home and all of these things. Clear that? Now comes the interesting technology called blockchain. Let me clarify. Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. Blockchain is not Bitcoin. Can I say internet means email? No. One of the application of email is internet. Similarly, one of the application of blockchain is Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, all these fancy brother systems. I'll put in a very layman's language to understand this technology. 4 of your friends are going for a trip after a busy tax audit season. Right? What else? Now you decided to do one thing. Each person takes a particular expenditure. He says, I will take care of flight. Another person there says, I will take care of hotel accommodation. One more person, taxi. One more person, whatever, XYZ. Now all of you do not know how much each person is spending. So what you decided? Simplest way to speak and collaborate is what? WhatsApp. You open a WhatsApp group. He started putting expenditure. But how will you get a comfort whether his expenditure is approved or not? Sir, what it is done much more spend than other things, right? So you tell him simple thing. First, you put a message. All three of us will give whatever the reaction, thumbs up, whatever is it. That means every transaction he is posting, some people is approving it. Why are we doing this? Tomorrow there is no dispute. Agreed? Now I convert this into an industry use case. Today, one bank and the one vendor and the other vendor, customer. My books are different, your books are different. Why? I sent an invoice, I did not receive the invoice. I uploaded in GST 3B, but after the 14th or 15th, therefore you are not getting credit, but I have paid you. That means reconciliation problem wherever it is there is an intermediary who is cleaning up that. What is the purpose of a clearing house of RBI? I take from you, you give me a check, identify all those, make the payments, but before that check in your bank account, money is there, set. To do that check, it will take 3 days. Now RBI is proposing 1 day. Right? It is still under discussion. Which means there is an intermediary who has to do all this. Imagine by way of a software logic this is automated. Such that every time the transaction originates, that transaction is auto-approved or approved by a set of people. We will not say all the people here. Let's say you decided, sir, every payment all 4 of them cannot approve. 2 people approve. You are getting my concept? 2 people approve. And that once it is approved, it permanently reflects in yours and mine such that it is irreversible. Meaning, read only. This technology is blockchain. This is what the fundamental thought process of blockchain. Now I come to the technical perspective. A transaction takes place. The moment the transaction takes place, there are parties who accept the transaction. These parties are called as nodes, N-O-D. Node is like endpoint of our body, right? Nodes. The nodes are giving consent or approval. The moment moment these approvals are given, the transaction is said to have been committed. Because this transaction should not be changed, we use a concept called as cryptography to encrypt it. What is encryption? Simple language, converting the message from one form to another form so that nobody other than intended user can read it. Go back to your good old Julius Caesar days. One letter was sent such that only the other person can understand, nobody else can understand. Agree or not? We have seen so many mythological movies where you know these things. That's the simplest form of encryption way back then. Today we are using fancy words. But only you can decrypt. Means get to know what the information. So what did I tell you? A transaction once it is posted, right? A transaction once it takes place, it goes to multiple nodes. And since it is going to multiple nodes, we use the word broadcast. Once it is broadcasted, what happens? The transaction gets validation. In a blockchain terminology, we call it as consensus algorithm. We call it as consensus algorithm. What is consensus, sir? Okay. Once this consensus algorithm is done, this is put inside a box. Understand box meaning? Not literally a box. Understand, for example, a box with a login key. The login key is what? Encryption. But this block somewhere I have to put no. Already there is a chain of blocks. Already there is a chain of blocks, so these blocks get added. Because there is a chain of blocks, blockchain. And this it's not a very complicated set. One is I just say. So a transaction is posted to multiple nodes. There is a consensus algorithm given also called as validation. This validation rule is defined by various terms. Some people may approve, some people may disapprove. You may say 2 out of 5. That rule you decide. But I'm just talking about approval. And once this approval, this gets into a series of boxes or blocks are called as blocks. Yes.
Can you give a live example
I'll talk about it.
validation?
I'll speak about it. GSTR 3B 2A is a perfect scenario of how our ministry can go for blockchain. But currently they are not, because I think now after a lot of struggle the GST website is stable. That will be the 2.0, 3.0 version. Let's take a simple scenario. Sir, I made a purchase. The moment I made a purchase, you put it to the GST website. The moment it went to the GST website, I get one trigger. What do? I accept. For you, tax liability gets determined. For me, input tax rate determined. Easy, not easy. If this system happens, automatically after my acceptance and the credit goes sitting there, this is ideally how a blockchain works. I am not saying this is blockchain. This is ideally how a blockchain. Example number 2. I am a car dealer or a vehicle dealer. Who gives me the vehicles? The manufacturer. Honda, Maruti, Hyundai, whoever it is. Maruti sends the car. He books the sale. I will book the purchase only after I get the invoice. He will be stock in transit, whatever. And when we write a vendor confirmation, he will say, here are much more, I have much lesser. Why? All this ambiguity is because his accounting, my accounting are different. Have a common platform where transaction approved, it gets impacted in his as well as in mine. Such that you cannot reverse it. It's another matter, it will get impacted in my login. From my login, I have to put it into Tally. That is a different part of the story. But can you say the transaction is foolproof? And therefore, this introduces a new concept called the triple ledger system, sir. My books, your books, and the blockchain. Now, if this blockchain comes into picture, where is the question of audit? Because every transaction is vetted and incoming, sir. I am not saying audit is not required. I am saying the way of auditing will go for a change. Now, for example, I am talking about transaction which can happen in digital form, but the product has to move, right? For example, 31st of March, he sent me an invoice, I accepted it. But where is the vehicle? Inventory is not there. It has to be substantiated by way of entry saying that goods in transit or whatever. That is where process comes into picture. That is where our brain as auditors will have to start thinking. But did it reduce the time of reconciliation? Answer is yes. Agree with it? Yes, sir. Now, what I thought I will do is, yes, sir.
Any other example? Our credit card usage is something like application.
Any scenario which requires an element of reconciliation, multiple players involved, and single source of truth required. Blockchain is a perfect transfer between multiple countries. How is the payment happen, sir? Sir, I have bank with ABC Bank. You have bank, assuming you are abroad, you have bank with XYZ Bank. Here in India, because we both have a common person to whom you can approach, RBI, NPCI, transactions get routed. That also happens after 2 days, 3 days, or sometimes RTGS. So imagine a scenario, I have to transfer to you. How will that happen? You and I, or your bank and my bank, should have a common banking with the SWIFT association. The SWIFT association, not every bank has, because I am a smaller bank. So I will go and approach a bigger bank, let us say HDFC, Axis. Your bank will approach a bigger bank, let us say AMC Bank, Standard Chartered Bank. So these 4 players are members of SWIFT. So I have to send to Axis Bank. Axis Bank has to send to SWIFT. SWIFT has to send to Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered has to send to one more bank, and then it comes. Now imagine all of these players were into a blockchain platform. I push a transaction, that fellow accepts because he knows this is a transaction which is coming, and he is not full to push every transaction. He will push only if you have money, right? And he pushes that, you get it over.
Is this being used currently?
It is used in some parts of the world. India wanted to develop a platform called as Vajra. Something for you to read. NPCI Vajra NPCI document. Please go and read. Vajra is the proposed blockchain platform of India. There is also another thing called as blockchain. I think this is from MITI, Ministry of IT and Communication. They have a good read on blockchain and fundamental use cases very good. And by the way, every technology which I am speaking of, our ICA already has a publication. ICA has a publication on blockchain. ICA has a very interesting publication on RPA. ICA has a publication on ABCD of technology. And if you don't have time to ask or read all of this, go to ChatGPT and then you read. It will help you. And I'll tell you how to do that also a little later, right? When I'm talking about NLP engineering.
Confirm letter of credit also is a part of this.
100% yes, sir. Letter of credit itself is a big funny story. Because so many parties are there, right? One side goods has to go, another side banks has to confirm, then payments happen. There are 3 cycles.
Why it is not called the blockchain?
No, it depends on the technology and the backend.
Technology is involved in it.
If I'm having a system where confirmation, all these players can come together, then it makes sense. Today I may want to be interested. Remember one very fundamental limitation in blockchain is that ecosystem has to be ready. If the ecosystem is not ready, for example, in the case which I was talking with sir, his bank agreed to be part of this ecosystem. I am not part of this ecosystem. What will I do? Maybe the transaction from his side will get automated from my end. One of the blockchain pioneering banks today is HSBC. They create, so in blockchain there is something called as multiple models. One of the models which they create is called as a consortium model, where a consortium of banks form. There are about 8 to 10 consortiums today exist because each of them. HSBC is a part of 4 consortiums. For a very simple reason, if this comes and I want somebody in that consortium from my bank to my bank, right, it is easy to transfer. So I receive money from one consortium. I have to push money to one more consortium. In both the consortiums, I am the member. Can I get a advantage and market it to my customer saying instant payment? The answer is yes. See how banks are thinking, right? There are international payments and transfers which are happening, which is instant. By the way, UPI, which happens instantly, is not like this. In UPI, the settlement happens a little later, right? That's a different story, probably for some other Are all of us clear with this? So what happens over here? The first block is also called as the Genesis block. The first block is also called as the Genesis block. Hash in layman's language is an encrypted message. Right? This is the message encryption. It does not have reference to previous hash. Why? First block. First it will refer whether the previous trail is correct or not. Only then it will accept this. If this previous trail is not there, are you getting the flow? And let me tell you, if a company is using blockchain or not, you will not get to know at all. Because the front user experience will be the same. Imagine you go to that fellow who is selling pani puri. Sir, हम payment blockchain में करवा देंगे. He will not understand it. He wants paisa. So blockchain is a back-end technology which runs so that the front end becomes faster. Front end I am able to solve multiple use cases. Are you with me? Get the concept, right? Now, sir, you told first, second, third block. What happens subsequent blocks? It will be like this. Are you with me? Now, I want all of you to do a very small activity, right? Let's go and try a small blockchain demo. Open your laptops. Even mobile phones is also okay in case laptop is having some connectivity issue. I want you to go to this website called Anders Brown Work. It's just a very simple thing. Anders Brown. Or you just say Anders Blockchain. First link. Anders Brown. A-N-D-E-R. Anders Brown. You can go Google search. It will take you to the URL. It will open up a site like this which is called as blockchain demo. In case laptops are not there, internet issues are there, don't worry. Just log into your mobile phone, it will be easy. This is called as Anders Brown. Technically AndersBrownWork.com, but you can just say Anders blockchain demo, it will take you. Just give another quick 10 seconds. Yeah. All of you here? AndersBrownWork.com. You want me to share the URL or you want it? Otherwise, I have to put it to the WhatsApp group. Then from WhatsApp to your laptop, you have to figure out what. Are you ready? Let's go to this first one. Where can you see a number one block written there?
Oh, the number 3.
Beg your pardon, you're able to see this or not?
Yes.
All of you have got this? There's something called block written, there's something called nonce written. Let's not go into technical complication. What I want you to type in this place called data, type any small word or a sentence of your choice. And I will type what I had for breakfast. I will type so. I will simply type those. That's all. Don't do anything. Just type. The moment you type, this block becomes red. This is just for demo purpose. For you to get a clear. Is it becoming red? Count down. Please see this hash. Do you see this word hash? This one. In your respective laptop, you are able to see, right? Anybody not able to do? Give me a quick shout out. Yes, sir. You'll have to go to this website. You are able to go to AndersBrownWork.com.
After that,
This website opens.
yes. But
The place where you have data.
So, but this screen has not been opened.
Then what you have to do, sir? You have to just go click on that blockchain. There is an option called hash, block and blockchain. You know what it is, sir? On top,
There is the menu, there is
in the right corner top, hash, block and blockchain. 3 options are there. Please click on block. Does it? Please go to this data and type any word of your choice. I'm just typing those are over here for example. The moment you do that, can you see this hash value changing? Now what you do a very simple thing. Change from lowercase to uppercase. Look at your hash value just to change from small d to uppercase. Hash value changes? This is a proof to say that every text will have a different thing. Why so much, sir? Given space is changing. Somebody told me in the last session, sir, I don't like dosa. I want masala compulsory. You add some masala, again your hash value change. Are you agree? Yes, no?
Yes.
Now, this is the message or the transaction or the information. It could be one line item, series of line item, it could be a series of transactions depending upon scenarios. Now what we want all of you to do is, there is something called mine below. Click on mine. Mine is nothing but you are asking for the consensus algorithm to work. Who are the nodes? Don't bother. Who are the nodes and other things? Don't bother. Please click on mine. It will take a few seconds and suddenly this will become green. Done? That means this block is committed to the blockchain. Mining is a process of committing something to the. Are you getting it? Now what you do, let's come to this next step and add another word. I am adding the word sambal. Because that is what I had in mind. Right? Again I am mining it. Please note, hash value gets generated, it becomes green. Are you noticing that the previous hash is repeated here? Of course, we cannot read the full text string, sir. At least the first 10 characters we will see. You notice here, in my case I am getting 0000 whatever E19. Here the same thing is happening. Agree? Now what you do, come back to the first block. Come back to the first block. Do any change over it. The change could be even be a space. Both of them have become red. Because this was a demo. Right? If you go impact any of the previous blocks, first of all it will not allow you. Even if it does allow you, the entire chain will give you a red alert. You are getting an idea how that works? Right? The same variant, one more example you can try. And this website is called blockchaindemo.io. Not IO, I-O. blockchaindemo.io. It will give you some message, you can just probably say ignore or skip or whatever. You should be able to see this. So this is the first data which they themselves have input. Can you see previous hash is 0? Why? First block in the net. Genesis 2. Are you with me? Now if we want to change this, will the hash value change? Go ahead and give it a try. Type your name there. Are you able to get it? It is obviously becoming red because it is not yet committed. Please click on the icon if you are committing it. You get a date and timestamp. It is showing GMT because this website is hosted in the US. So it is showing that particular time.
Blockchain website.
It is called blockchaindemo.io. All of you with me? Got a fair bit of an idea what this is? Now what you do, please scroll down. Can you find an option for data? Please write anything else. And if you click on add block, you will find slightly similar things. You notice block 1, Genesis block 2, block 1, and it will keep on going. What I'm telling you is how the back end works. As far as front end is concerned, you will only get one message, transaction completed. If you are using Google Pay, you get that weird sound, Google Pay or Phone Pay or whatever, that one sound comes. That's an indication our transaction is completed. So even if you don't see the transaction is here, the other person gets to know, okay, completed. Similar to that, this happens. Are all of us clear with this? Got a fair bit of idea how blockchain is, right? Now, where do I use blockchain? 3 simple use cases. One is cryptocurrency, most of you have heard. Second is smart contract, my personal favorite. What happens in a smart contract is it is a self-executable contract. You have heard of this .exe file, double click automatically do everything. You only have to click that accept. Everything it will do and then you will get an option but finish. But is it just doing one thing? No, it is doing series of 20-30 steps. Creating one folder here, creating one file here, so many things it is doing. Similarly in the blockchain world, a smart contract is a contract written on a blockchain with the nature to self-execute, whereby after one party completes a transaction, the second party's transaction will auto-execute. Example, on completion of work, automatically invoice gets generated. On receipt of invoice, 40 days or 45 days, automatically payment file goes to bank. From the time payment file goes to bank, within 2 days, assuming that's the rule which you have to do, within 2 days automatic, but all of this by way of configuration and you're able to do it. Then you might ask the question, sir, what is so unique in this? Remember, each fellow is a different ecosystem. Vendor is a separate ecosystem. Your accounting is a separate ecosystem. Bank is a separate ecosystem. All of them are in the blockchain. You are able to initiate it much more fast. I'll give you one very interesting use case where this was used. In Walmart, it so happened. Walmart, which is a US retail giant, now the parent company of Walmart. One of them bought lettuce, and generally there, people along with sandwich, they have these greens. When they were having lettuce, it so happened that one fellow ate it and he got affected, severely affected. So much so that he started getting allergy and he filed a complaint, all that story happened. Next, what they did was, they were not able to identify from which farm that lettuce came. It took them to identify 5 to 6 days. Lettuce, mango, berries, all of them had this issue. They said we want to have a mechanism to end-to-end trace. We call this concept as provenance. Provenance, that means I am able to trace and it is established once, it will never change. You have a trail on it, like an audit trail. Unmodifiable audit trail. Today you have some of these food packets, like you scan it, it is a scan to know the process of making and other things. So they wanted to give that flavor and they implemented blockchain to track it. They didn't implement for every product of theirs. They implement only to some of the select products like. Are you with me? Open for questions.
Are these loan agreements given by
maybe a small portion could be on blockchain. I would not say the entire thing. Again, the question is, I can put everything in blockchains, but what problem am I able to solve? Remember, in blockchain, one of the biggest challenges is ecosystem. Imagine every fellow have to have 3 or 4 nodes to authenticate and validate. Assuming one server is down, he will not even process, because the rules is minimum 3 people have to agree. So all that I will do is I will attack one thing. These 2 fellows have done the transaction, but the third fellow is not accepted. So the rules of the game changes. But of course, here understanding use cases to know what that is.
Can you elaborate? That means all the farms have to be part of it.
No, the farm produce when it was collected with the help of an IoT sensor, they were able to link it to the farm and the produce, and they were able to identify which produce is coming from which place. So what they did was, of course, if I have the farmer to be a part of blockchain, it's going to be difficult. They brought in an enrollment agent. When he's going and collecting, he used to do some series of steps to have like one unique code, unique identifier, something like that. So at least I got to know. Now you might say, sir, I can identify, I can establish another system also for this. Possible. But there was an issue of reconciliation, so many things were there, they identified. Wherever reconciliation, multiple sources of truth, this you want to solve, blockchain is on this.
Use case of smart contract.
Smart contract, make an automated payment, vendor payment, right? Let's say for example, let you another example. Now today, there are so many artists and so many artists who perform on Book My Show. You can go and book the tickets, but the Book My Show will collect the money and then make payment. All its circus is there. Imagine I have a system where automatically all this takes place. As soon as one person does the booking, Book My Show gets the money. Immediately money comes into my bank account. Smart contract. Today what Book My Show does, get all of those, confirm, reconcile the payment, get all of those, completion of event, then push. With a smart contract, this can happen. Every person who comes out, they can do it. In fact, I can have different royalty rates. For example, I want to have my customers who are booking through Book My Show. I can have a different rate settlement mechanism. I am having general customers, different rates settlement. So I can bring so many complicated scenarios. Today, is it not possible? It is possible, but not at the pace at which it is going on. Yes, sir. Standing instruction. Again, let's go one step backwards. What is standing instruction and the way it works today? I am placing a request to what is called as a latch mandate. That latch mandate operates from that latch mandate, whatever I am speaking, right? It operates typically on what? The NPCI platform. From the NPCI platform, it is registered. So NPCI is acting as one central intermediary. In blockchain, there are no intermediaries, right? So we'll quickly look into.
So the blockchain would have been there, neither of the case would not be there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I would not say that blockchain will solve all the world problems, but definitely it will give you a perspective.
Just one question.
Yes.
There is a startup company which uses one of these big platforms, Flipkart and Amazon.
Okay.
So settlements actually done like a lot
Okay.
of transactions.
Okay.
So if a startup company go request that how to do it?
It's something you have to go and develop it. It's not that I can go request. It's an ecosystem which I have to create. Now, in other words, I'll put it in a different way, right? The so-called intermediary now becomes the blockchain. So the blockchain is the so-called intermediary. So somebody has to develop the technology. So assuming NPCI develops this technology, NPCI becomes the owner of the blockchain. The settlement happens much more faster. Proof of truth, what is this? An extension of this blockchain concept is the evolution of World Wide Web or Web 3.0. In simple perspective, the world which we are living in, where machines are generating data. When I say machines are generating data, what does that mean? Today, the machines know that from Hyderabad, from this particular IP address, so many of them visited blockchain. Agree? Machines are gathering and checking. That is the World Wide Web 3.0. The evolution of the intelligent system, the evolution of democratization. Today I can have a control of my data. What I want to do, how I want to do. I have a control of all of this. Right? And that is your Web 3.0. That is because of misuse of these people. The World Wide Web tries to solve that problem. The World Wide, see, again we are talking about the negative side which is unfortunately happening because we don't have privacy and all those rules and regulations. The the intention of a Web 3.0 is decentralization. That means power not in the hands of few, power not in the hands of one person, but rather in the hands of a few. That's how the Bitcoin ecosystem works. Right? There is no regulator for it. Of course, it has its pro and the con. Right? The intention is the community performs all of this. So there is a decentralization backed by blockchain technology, and a semantic web, which is basically browsers or websites which are generating content, or endpoints which are generating content, and you are able to get connected. You are also able to see that movement of data, and machines are able to take actions on its own. We spoke something back of that jacket following you everywhere, or your Nike shoe or Puma shoe following you everywhere. How? Semantic. Where machines generate this and you are able to, right? So that's basically where you will be point from. I think we also spoke of smart contract, digital assets, converting a physical asset into a digitized form. For example, a piece of land, I create one ID. So entire piece of land in a particular village, I convert it into 100 IDs, and each ID is for one person. Tomorrow transfer is a click of a button. Of course, somebody has to approve, avoid malicious transfers and other things, right? But I have something digitally recorded. If I click on that, it gives me the entire history of all of this. And I'll give you a simple use case. If you want to have a blockchain-backed currency in your wallet, I'm not talking about cryptocurrency. Some of the banks have a concept called e-rupee. E-rupee. It is a blockchain-backed currency of our NPCI. So you are able to click on the currency, you will get the entire history of where on it is moved. Of course, that visibility may not be with you. It is available with the bank. So it's like 1 rupee. Every 1 rupee from sir it went, from sir to him it went, from here it went to bank there. The entire thing there. Yes, sir.
Talk about the chain, does it to the given to the bank or to the RBI, does it show only the wallet address or the KYC or the actual owner of it?
So, 2 steps. NPCI is concerned, you will only get to know the wallet address. Because NPCI should not go beyond that. Because I have given my data to the bank, not to NPCI. So the bank, in case of an investigation or whatever required, bank will match that with the KYC. So both the things are there, one layer with this team, another layer with this team. Both of them do not have information about it.
Again, a follow-up question on this. So, does it really defeat the purpose of having a unity when we compare it with fiat cash, wherein there is anonymity and there is tangibility of the same note, probably as it you have it, I have it. We really do not, like the bank do not have control of who wears the cash at that moment. Talking again from privacy perspective, that this person has so much of E2B at this moment. So, does it defeat the
So first and foremost is quite similar to that of a Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency. You will only get to know a wallet ID. Who that wallet ID becomes, nobody has an idea. Right? So the same cryptocurrency feature they followed here, but they enabled the KYC system. Who has the ownership of KYC? The bank. The reason why they did not want to go with the cryptocurrency model at its complete Bitcoin model is because it can be misused. The intention is what? Not to anonymize. The intention is to have a validation of transaction. That is the bigger problem I want to solve rather than the anonymization. That is why they followed this.
and over the future of the making equivalent to cash, probably that's why the popularity.
See, I agree with you, and there are also technical challenges and other things, right? So these are just an example of how the applications have evolved over a point in time, Yes, sir.
We have been listening about Web 3.0 for many years now. Do we have even any single use case or any real case?
I'll give you a simple example, sir. You go to a Brave browser, you have an option where your advertisement cookies are tracked and other things. You can decide where you want. Now a similar feature in Europe, some people have said, based on the cookies you enable, right? I will give you some amount of money for the advertisements you are seeing. Very interesting market. In YouTube, the moment advertisement comes, what is the first thing we wait? Skip ads. Of course, unless once in a while the advertisement is very interesting, we are waiting for the skip ad. And Google got to know, YouTube got to know, they said mandatory 5 seconds, 10 seconds you have to watch. Sometimes full advertisement you have to watch. So imagine I give you an incentive for watching advertisement. You will watch it. The incentive would be very small. So instead of me paying YouTube for advertisement, YouTube pays me for game changes. So advertisement fellow is paying 100 rupees per click. Example. That's how the digital media works. A portion of that money goes to you. You are also happy. Of course, you will not keep on watching advertisement for the sake of watching. You might watch it once or twice. Agree? You will also get bored after. But is that not an incentive for me to reach it better compared to the skip ad? Yes. Using Web 3.0, a smart contract enabled system, the settlement happens. Right? So it is all about bringing the democratization and bringing an ecosystem on. If you ask me, the Web 3.0 characterized by this democratization is an extension of blockchains and the smart contracts. Right? A few use cases, decentralized finance, we call it as DeFi, or a decentralized exchange. Basically, remove the stock exchange and put all the transactions on smart contract. Whatever stock exchange is doing, the smart contract will do. Today, I am selling, I don't know who's buying it. Right? Imagine a system where I sell and you are finding some rate, you are accepting, he is accepting. Transaction over. Settle. But of course, it should be backed by bank account. So bank should be a part of the ecosystem. Your demat account should be part of the ecosystem. And there should be a rule written between all of these. Otherwise, you will still have a settlement risk, one day settlement, T plus 1, all of that story will be there. Why are we having T plus 1 or T plus 2 settlement? Is to avoid all of this. In fact, to avoid all of those only, some of the banks said, sir, first you keep a corpus, only then we will allow you to trade. It's another matter they give you 1x, 2x or whatever. That's a different story. That's a margin trading. That's a different story. Right? Decentralized and DeFi, decentralized finance. Right? All follow similar mechanism. Crowdfunding, receiving funds from various people for a particular objective. Can they become shareholders today? Difficult, at least the Indian law. In US or in some other countries, they are able to become. See, I am not interested in all of this. I want A. So I invested $100. I was dropping $100. I'm happy. Right? Crowdfunding mechanisms are working where tokens are given instead of share. So one token, you bought it at this price. Today the token is selling at this price. I will sell it. Somebody is interested to buy. Right? Those are the concepts which are evolving in this world of. This is a simple website which I can probably showcase to you. It's called a Smart Tickets. You can also look into it if you are free. Basically, this one has created a intelligent ticket. One ticket for assuming, example, hypothetical, one ticket for IPL shows across India. One ticket. The ticket can be configured the way you want. Digital ticket. Digital ticket you are assuming as a barcode. The way you can play around with this is smart ticket. Tracking who is gone, who is not gone, create some sort of a validity, right? It gives you real-time analytics. You have sold the ticket to somebody else only for one match visibility. What price at which it is sold? Your choice, whether you want to configure like that or not. Right? What are the marketing efforts versus the spend? I'm just giving you some examples, right? An app which can probably track each and every information, it can be as simple as this. Are you getting it? Now the same world, the same scenario, a music composer is coming and making his own song, or a person is coming up with his own book, and he says whoever is interested pay some $5, you will be able to get this. As soon as it is paid, within few seconds you get the money. Not contract. Right? So all these are typical use cases which we are technology of cloud. In a layman's language, cloud is somebody else's computer. Sorry. All of you put together, let's say came here, you invested 1,000 rupees. And what I did, I got one machine. That machine, I say all of you will be entitled for 100 GB. You have paid me 1,000 rupees 1 year, I got one machine. So let's say 50 people are there, 50,000 I collect. That machine is there. That machine I say, boss, any of you want, I will give you a username password, you can connect it. Whatever you want for 100 GB, you do. I will take care of backup, I will take care of the machine being up and running, power failure, everything I take care. So what is your advantage? You need not invest in 100 GB storage. For all you know, you might use it for just your mobile phone photographs, because that is one of the things which consumes. Are you getting it? The simplest use case of a cloud is the processing, storage or the capability or computing is shifted from one machine to another machine. It can do resource pooling, it can bring elasticity. What is elasticity? You are attending a wedding or you are attending one event where a lot of photos you are going to take. So for 5 days you want extra 100 GB. Take it. Elasticity. More you want, take it, less you want to take. A classical example, all of your Netflix is hosted on Amazon Web Services. Saturday, Sunday, Friday, across the globe, the consumption of Netflix is extremely high. Can they keep a server only for those 3 days? No. They enter into contract with Amazon. They say, for 3 days we want, it's called as an elastic search or an elastic demand. The more I want, I can get more traffic. Otherwise, this. Are you with me? Measured service. I pay only for how much I'm using. Of course, it's based on a plan and a. So that's basically. This can be deployed in 3 methods: SaaS, PaaS, IaaS. 3 scenarios. You have a building. You have the pillars of the building and walls. That's all. You tell the tenant, boss, this is the building, whatever you have to do. I am giving the entire infrastructure for you. Do whatever you want. How you want to customize. Scenario number 1, infrastructure as service. Scenario 2, I build the walls, I construct the washrooms, I give you some basic facilities. Now you can decide whether you want to, how you want to have the interiors, where you want to structure, all of those. Platform as a service. Build to suit. Third scenario, I build everything including the tables, connection, Wi-Fi. You have to bring only your laptop, use and go. Software as a service. I'm just giving an ideology to compare. In a software as a service like Zoom, Zoho, everything is ready, only data you bring. In a platform, classical example, Microsoft Azure. Platform is there, so many options are there, you have to stitch it together. Earlier, as a software developer, you have to use, I require certain tools. Today that is not required. Like for example, this forensic lab which is there in the first floor. To some extent, it's like a platform as a service. Why? All the tools have been invested. You want to perform an investigation for that, why you have to buy a license? You pay some fee over here, you're doing it and going. Just take an example. That was one of the thought process. Right? So you do here and go. Why do you have to invest in expensive solutions? Are you getting it? Right? And infrastructure as well. Only building is concerned. Only the Amazon Web Services is given. Everything which you want, you start. So those are the 3 fundamental points. And of course you have deployment models. You can deploy it in public, like Google, everybody can use. Private, only for your organization. Hybrid, combination of both. Community, only for chartered accountants, only for company secretary, only for. But what is most important is this image. The models of cloud computing, knowing what structure, who's responsible. The CSP refers to the cloud service provider. Amazon provides only this much. All of this what you see above, you have to do. In this model, the cloud service providers from network to runtime he provides. Again, I will not go into too much of technical components, right? Application you develop. Last scenario, everything is done. You use the application with your people and your. Now Netflix is a SaaS which is deployed on IaaS. Because Netflix does not have servers. Netflix takes their only application to virtual network. This entire thing they take help of Amazon. Your Dropbox also was doing that. Your Dropbox also was doing that. That means in this model, it is very important to know who what responsibility is. The data is always the customer's responsibility. You upload on highly confidential data, you can't blame Google for it. Your users left the organization and went. You forgot to remove the access of them. Can you blame Zoho and Google for it? So data people will always be your responsibility irrespective of the body. Now many of your clients say, sir, or many of that service providers say, sir, we are all in Amazon, everything is secure. So please understand, they are only talking about these three which Amazon provides. These things are provided by whom? Provided by the software. Right? So please be very cautious when somebody says, hey, we are all on Amazon, we are all on Google. Great, sir. But on Amazon and Google, you have built an application. Is that application secure or not? Then Amazon will not give an answer. No. It is like saying, you don't know how to drive. You don't know how to drive, but I have a best of class safety car. Okay. But if you don't know how to drive, eventually you will crash. Right? I may have the best of the safety car, but if I don't know how to drive, I will not hang into something. Right? So that is where cloud is. And I'm sure within our professional circle or our this thing, we've used cloud extensively. Most of us use 99% use us. Because everything is ready, sir. I don't want to sit and be confident. But whatever solutions we are using will come under one of these. Please note, Google has SaaS also, IaaS. Compute engine of Google is this. Google Drive Gmail is. Are you clear with this? I think use cases are endless. Anywhere, anytime, database, recovery, scalable. I think we spoke about. Right? And the last topic which I want to speak of is IoT. Devices speaking with each other. Simple language, non-living things, even life. Example, a sensor suddenly is put in the classroom which is indicating the moment your eyes are become slightly drowsy, some music starts playing. This was not planned, maybe coincidentally some phone rang, okay? We have not got to that level of advanced technology. I'm just giving a joke in. I'll put in a more practical language, right? Your street light at home, in front of your homes, rather. Based on the temperature, sunlight, whatever is there. Based on the sunlight, whatever is there. This entire thing changes. Are you with me? Based on the sunlight, sunset, etc. The street light decides when it has to get switched on and switched off. But that's a sensor. That is not every sensor is an IoT. That sensor now calculates how much power is required. Maybe the sun is setting, it gets switched on with a mild light. As it gets darker, the intensity of light increases. Same way as in the morning the sunlight is coming, the intensity of light is coming down. And throughout the cycle I am able to calculate the power consumption. That is where the sensor driven technology becomes much more smart. So you have a sensor which typically collects data. It can collect air pressure. It can collect what? Weight. It can identify blockage in drainage pipes. And all of this data is sent to one central hub. Because the objective of the sensor is very simple. Send the data, that's all. There is no internet in that sensor. The internet is in the which one? Hub. This hub has a rule engine which is defined, which will take an action. So it has some preliminary information, and then backend it has a rule engine based on which action is performed. The action can be anything. Are you with me? The action can be anything. Right? Action could be to calculate power. I'll give you a simple example. One problem in the power industry today is theft of power. You have electricity meter at every house. I know how much house is consuming. But if you do not have an electricity meter at the main substation to say this much power is sent, summation of all these homes versus the summation of my main meter will never be the same. Because there's power there. How do you track it? Smart meters. Are you getting it? Assuming you have smart meters, a person need not come and take the electricity bill reading. Every month you get a bill automatically. Smart gas connection systems to identify if the pressure is changed between two locations, that means there is a leakage. Go and fix that. Today in a drainage, if something is blocked, unfortunately there is manual scavenging. A person has to go inside and clean it. To identify the problem itself is a challenge, right? And all of those to an IoT sensor. From a financial perspective, we are talking about wearable payments. Your smartwatch can do payments. You can have a QR code or other things enabled. You can literally go. I think one of the banks is doing it. With the keychain, they have enabled the system. One of the banks. I saw it in some application. The keychain has, of course, up to a particular limit. You can't do close to that. It's I think for a POS or right? 2000. Quite similar to a credit card, sir. Tap and go. No? The same technology they have embedded. Wearable technology, which is able to speak. Second, asset tracking. All your Ubers, Olas. Of course, that the car does not have a sensor. The mobile phone acts as a sensor. But if that sensor is put inside the vehicle, are you with me? Right? Then comes predictive maintenance. Very interesting case. When do I have to bring in the maintenance schedule? Depending upon the scenario. Now my car, I can run it for most of the time. I feel this next time I want to give the car for service. Hey, actually I should use the car. But based on time, we make sure that we give it. What if I extend by 1 more month, 2 more months? When is the best time to give it for service? Airlines heavily use this. Because if you don't service an airline, you know what is the result. It does not. Right? And if I run it to the maximum and then replacement cost is higher. So what is an idealistic situation at which I can replace? They have an IoT sensor. Another example is in this smart agricultural farming. Right? You also have companies like this. An example is Skylark drones. I'll just bring up one simple example. Right? You can just visit their website a little later. Drones is also a variant of IoT. Building more upon the IoT concept. Right? And I'm talking about not the drones which are used in the marriage, which is a very simple example. Right? We're talking about beyond things. We are talking about doing road surveys. We are talking about volumetric measurements. Right? We are talking about yield estimation. We are talking about solar energy calculation. These are all the typical scenarios where these technologies are used. Within our offices, it could probably may not have a direct impact, but if a client setup has got different assets distributed at various locations, this could be a good scenario. Container industry. Because you have to get back to container. One container is obviously expensive. I'm not talking about a milk packet which I have to get it back. That is not expensive. Because always remember the cost of implementing and the benefit from the technology should be way higher than the loss I will get. Right? So depending upon scenario to scenario you might implement. Right? So this is where the world is heading. Right? So now that with or without our knowledge we have already surpassed it to us, somewhere in the how much ever we got food for our brain, I think it's time we get food for our tummies as well, right? So before we break for lunch, hopefully you got a fair understanding of what these technologies are. Hopefully you got a flavor of where they are heading into, right? What we are going to be doing next is understand how these technologies interplay, right? We'll have, in fact, immediately after lunch we'll have this one small case discussion where I want you to present, of course within each table, discuss and come up with some ideas which technology in a given scenario we can use well. Right? That's what we will do post lunch. Then we'll go into some more bit of AI. Because we understood the broad perspective. Now we need to go back to what is the core topic which we want to go with? AI. We'll understand some of those things. And then we'll do a very interesting case of you yourself trying to use a simple AI engine within your laptop. Right? We'll figure out what we have to do for it. Right? So we will try give that a shot as well, where we will try to compare your face with Shah Rukh Khan or Amir Khan or whatever it is, and let's see whether the AI is able to detect it correctly. Right? Only request is I will require 3 photos of yours saved in your own laptop, which you are not going to give it to me, because if this exercise has to happen, I will require that. Preferably take different photos. If you are in your phone, you will have that. Right? Crop and keep it. You need not do it immediately. Before lunch, whatever is there. Keep 3 photographs of yours, or 4 photographs. 3 photographs to train the model, 1 photograph to check whether the model is working or not. And we'll see whether the AI is going to detect whether the face is yours or whether it's belonging to Shah Rukh Khan or Salman Khan or whoever. Alright? On that note, over. Hopefully all of you are all good. Flow is fine. You're able to get it better here. Thank you.
So actually I just have a announcement that please gather around the central courtyard for a photograph with children and participants. And if anyone has not marked the attendance, just let me know. And the third thing is please check your DLH if that login is working. And please make sure that you are enrolled in your original batch. So take the assessment of the original batch. Example, like if you are enrolled in the batch Q only, so take the assessment of batch Q only. The assessment is completely same for all the batches, but choose the batch D by D.
Coming faculties.
अच्छा नहीं तो बैठा चेहरा यार हाँ शिफ्ट करा हाँ अच्छा अभी तो छोड़ना नहीं यही बैठा
See, understand, AI is a technology where intelligence, so there is an element of intelligence. I'm talking about the first field. The field of assuming this is your car, something is going down here. First from here the information goes to a particular engine. Now it might not even require AI, it might just have a rule set. If this is beyond below this number, send one message. That's all it might do. But it does not know different scenarios and other things. So if it does not know multiple scenarios and other things, then AI comes for decision making. In fact, I'll speak about that post lecture so that you get some more clarity. How interplay of these happens, and then we'll go to the project. Yes, yes, that's it.
In the car, there is a pressure seen in the screen.
Dashboard, correct.
What is that?
That is a simple sensor.
Sensor.
That's a sensor. That sensor sends you a message. Air pressure, SMS आ गया.
Check air pressure.
Check air pressure. Then exact the question. That's an IoT.
IoT part of
No, IoT is a separate technology. Now, how that decision making? Give me some time anyways after the break. Yes, we'll discuss this example itself in different scenarios. So that you get it.
So we have some problem with computer system and we are not dependent on that. So this is a problem.
Understand? You will gradually avoid it.
How that will gravitate?
Which one?
Then depends in the computer system.
We'll speak over a point in time. Today we'll have some time. We'll speak.
That's the problem because we are dependent on the computer system.
So just wanted to say, going great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, we are still very good, very good.
Thank you.
Because this is the sensor, these are 6 modules.
Correct, correct.
And we study what this class. So,
I have the author of this report.
we can see that.
I have the author.
And the main problem is this country.
Correct, correct, correct.
Oh, first problem.
Correct, agree.
Because I love the CA from 95%.
Okay.
From Jaipur, I have
Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Very good.
and I enjoyed the class.
faculties who are here for taking all 4 batches in history of Center of Excellence of last 12 years. It has never happened that classroom number 1 AI, classroom number 2 AI, classroom number 3 AI, classroom number 4 is AI. So why I am telling you this motivation is actually going to make us somewhere else. Our fraternity needs that positive push. We don't have to talk about any other thing. So just say, equip yourself. By end of today, I am 100% confident you all people will say learn something new. Narsimhan is there, who is again a very good faculty. They are all faculties who are taking in different classes. And this being, as I told, first of its kind which we are doing, I think this will make a whole lot of difference. If my ask is wrong, don't do it. But if you think that you can inspire some person to take this course, because tomorrow this AI is going to be the right hand, the right finger, the first finger of the entire country. We have put in our day, night, weeks, months together to complete it. So your support will ensure that the institute moves in a direction where we go. So that was only 4 or 5 points I thought I'll just come and explain before you all. Only thing again, finally, let good make noise. That's all. Right? Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Some of my problems, that's the mindset which I want you to slowly start developing. In fact, there was small case study on that as well as we some sense of clarification and probably a quick recap sort of a thing to summarize the 5 things, right? First, AI is about intelligence and giving the power to the machine taken part depending upon scenarios. Next we spoke about RPA, automating a task or an activity, right? Automating a task or an activity, and the objective or the goal of that activity is to reduce the manual process. Then we spoke about blockchain, especially in a scenario where reconciliations are required. But this could be, and you want a single source of truth, this technology could be quite handy. Then we went on to understand a Web 3.0 or crypto, right, which is decentralization of power, giving it to the hands of those people. Then we spoke about cloud, which helps you to create a backup disaster recovery scenarios, or acts as a quasi data center. Then last we spoke about a scenario, right, called as IoT, which is sensors coupled with internet, which can take decisions. Please note, some of your cars, when you reverse, you have a sensor which gives an alert. That is not IoT. A sensor standalone will never be an IoT. Sensor is a means to collect information. Let's take a scenario when your tire is deteriorating, air pressure is significantly coming down, you are getting a message, some sort of an alert. How is the tire sending a message to your phone, sir? There should be some technology behind it. That is where IoT comes in. It's a very simple use case of an IoT where you have car intelligence monitoring system. Right? Now what that can do, that can give you some sort of alert. I had a very interesting, and some of the cars have this. I was told Toyota, Maruti, whatever, Hyundai. Some of the cars are there. I don't have specific use case which I'm able to think of. But in US I've seen, in Germany I've seen some of these models exist. But within our ecosystem, if they're able to give you some sort of sense of alert message, then yes, we're talking about right? Sensor coupled. Any questions on these fundamental technologies? Because it was lunch, I didn't want to keep you awaiting, right? But in any questions, any thoughts? Any scenario which you have come across but you are not able to sense? See, again, there could be hundreds of other technologies which are running. It's not that these 5 technologies, 6 technologies run the entire world. But what we are speaking of from a transformation, we are sticking out to these 5 or 6 technologies. Shall we all give a shot in understanding one particular case study? Right? With a digital transformation. Are you able to see this particular slide or Word document, whatever you can call it? All of you able to see it? Anybody having a challenge? I sent it in your WhatsApp group. Please click on the URL, it should be taking you. Right? The first paragraph is common for everybody. XYZ Corp, a leading global manufacturing company, has experienced rapid growth over the past decade. With operations spanning in multiple continents and diverse product portfolio, financial operations have become very complex. It looks like a problem which we come across every day. The CFO has identified key challenges and it is making the finance department quite challenging. CFO has asked the finance team to explore and implement these emerging technologies to address these issues. Clear? Now, what we should be doing is these key challenges, right? I think there are about 7 challenges. Each desk will take up one challenge. Starting from here, this team takes up the first challenge, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, again 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? One desk is a so-called one team. What I want each of you to be looking into is please look into that particular challenge number. I repeat, starting from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a repeat, it's okay. I don't have 12 challenges, it's okay. Right? What you should be looking into is look into the use case, key challenge, and what is your task. As a part of finance team, you are tasked with developing some sort of a transformation strategy, some sort of a digital transformation strategy. Your goal is to, for a given challenge, which technologies, whatever you have come across, can solve the problem. More specifically, you need to identify the technology, what feature of the technology can help you solve the problem, evaluate the so-called impact of it. Right? And then probably can just talk about a high-level idea how you can look at it. Right? So this is what is the ask, and you could answer in any way, but I would prefer the answer in this way. A simple table, you could write it down in Excel, even a Word document. I don't expect each of you to write it, one of you in your team decide whatever it is. What is the challenge, each of your team? Which technology do you think can possibly solve that? What are some of the features of this? What could be the impact? Maybe some reduction of time, increased manpower, training, whatever. Maybe at your level, whatever you think is the implementation step, what could be the long term? So this is the way in which I want you to write for each of the problem statement which you have in hand. And what is the problem statement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Are you clear? Any questions? The time for this entire thing is 5 minutes. I request you to think, discuss, talk, and come up with some sort of a idea.
केसी अब डाटा हो रहा है
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And the third is on the data analytics because of the
Okay. Especially considering they want real-time insights and the data volume is huge, maybe you could consider using an AI solution. Fair enough. So you heard one team saying that RPA is required, which they are also agreeing, right? They are also saying AI is required. Any contrary use to this or any other solution, no sir, let's bring blockchain here.
SAP.
No, you are talking about implementation of a software. I am talking about the technology at this point in time, right?
For this real-time
Insights.
cloud computing solutions also.
Now you are jumping. I'm giving only two of them. So I will stick on only to this thing. I get your view. I get your view. We'll come to it. Others. You are not having different options. Now this is becoming like that movie channel debate on what is TV channel or news channel. Yes sir. Maybe one more can give. Cloud computing may help. Anybody can say if cloud computing can help, which problem cloud computing can solve? More or less data storage, right? I think data storage is a good use case. Probably it can attempt to solve. Okay.
Web 3.0.
What Web 3.0? Then you say for every technology also it will not be. Yes sir. Where do you think Web 3.0 can come in?
Because the problem here, we're talking about manual reporting.
Okay.
With Web 3.0, there will be synchronized at the time of recording and similarly classifying, similarly reporting. And there you can have a blockchain also.
Okay. Okay. I have not got any of the argument for information. I am playing the devil's advocate. I am only asking. Anybody wants to have a different view? Saying any other technology should be used. Somebody saying, sir, IoT also let's use. That is left out, no? Okay. If you look into this problem statement, right? I'll tell you how you should analyze, and this is more of a thought process. It is not that this is the only way. I'm focusing more on the thought process. The typical problem which is generating is large volume of data. Now question is, are your systems capable of handling large volume of data? Now what is large is very, very circumstantial based. If I say my organization is large, to a company such as, let us say, Aditya Birla, I am saying, sir, I have 10 terabytes of data. Aditya Birla will laugh at me. They will say, we have 100 terabytes of data. Now Aditya Birla complains, I have 1 terabytes of data. Unilever will laugh and say, I have 1000 terabytes of data. Unilever complains, Google will say, I have much more. So it is always very relative. So question is, even a fundamental server ecosystem or a shared data center or a cloud can possibly take care of this. But there are other parameters to evaluate. If I bring a cloud, my data is going to go outside my organization. Am I okay with it or not? We will put in some protocols. For example, I want mandatory encryption, only then it will be stored. We are coming into the implementation. I don't want to go to that. I am only talking about the thought process which you should apply here. Now, if instead of banking, instead of manufacturing, I told this is banking, can you go to a cloud? Why not? So, the RBI says, any bank or ecosystem, they did not say don't go to cloud. They only said that data should be in the geographical borders of India. If you want to keep it Andaman Nicobar Islands, also keep it. It should be in India. Why? Because of the geopolitical order unwanted. Sir, that means our companies having the data centers, banks having the data centers on cloud, they are different models. They have a co-location space. One of the banks has it in Amazon Web Services. But different models are there. But they are hosted in India. Right? So I hope I was able to address the issue of how you should be looking at the cloud. Or data. Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding this. So, if you see the sentence, the volume of data is creating
I'll come to the next one. Now, volume of data is one part. Second part of the scenario is that it is able to obviously struggling because it is constantly increasing. That means it is scaling up very quickly. When you scale up very quickly, option one is you have hardware service systems to factor that, or you may probably consider going to the cloud. Right? But now compare this with the Netflix model. The Netflix model, what happens? On weekends I require peak demand, weekdays I might not require peak demand. Whereas in my organization it's not that suddenly it will go up and come down. It will go up, maybe the rates at which it might go, suddenly may go up very fast, maybe in a couple of days might go a little slow, right? So, I don't require an elasticity. I hope you are able to get my point, right? I don't require the elasticity element as far as the data enhancement, but cloud is definitely an option which the organization could consider. Are you clear with this? Now come to the next part is real-time insights and manual. As far as manual, I am reasonably convinced that RPM would give some sort of a solution. But if I want real-time insights, right? Now it depends on what type of insights I want. Do I want the same sort of information? I have 5 parameters and I want only these 5 parameters every day. What is my profitability? What is my sales? What is my go down consumption and something. I want only these data. I don't want anything beyond. It all depends on the perception. In this case, simple RPA and an analytic solution will solve the problem. Because what will happen? After every transaction, it will get refreshed. So you are seeing a dashboard, right click refresh, you are getting the latest data. Okay, maybe it might be 30 minutes old, 1 hour old, you decide. Right? See, it's not that every time a customer walks in, I want my profit in the profit in the. No. It depends on what the insights are. Why I don't agree with AI requirement over here, it is like taking an elephant to solve every problem. AI definitely could be brought in, I'll tell you where it could be used. The same manufacturing company, I'm just giving you scenarios, just roll this, right? Imagine they want to get real time, see the objective of the case study is not to give one answer, but to give you perspectives. If I give only Q&A, that anybody, it's a binary answer. My object is not binary, I want to give you perspective, right? If I want, instead of real-time insights, I want these insights to be varying in different scenarios. I want to be modeling the data and take a decision. Then AI is the best. Are all of you convinced how you should be looking into it? All good? Can you go to the next one? Next one. Inaccurate financial forecasting has become a challenge due to inconsistent data inputs, inability to analyze complex data patterns. Now this is an interesting word. Finance department forecasts are often inaccurate, affecting the company's budget, resource, long-term strategic plan. Team 2. What do you think would help in this particular process? AI and ML. Let's go back to the table to see why AI and ML could possibly be there. Yes sir, challenge is what according to you? Inaccurate forecast, anything else which you see? Is volume of data also concerned?
Yes. Yeah.
Fair enough, okay.
They have to improve the data quality.
Data quality, okay. Data quality can AI and ML improve?
No.
Little difficult. Because remember, data quality is what you capture. Agar garbage capture kiya to garbage ही होता. So in case of those, you have to change your technology whereby mandatory certain things are featured, entered, right? Maybe to some extent RPA probably can help in some minimal thing, redesigning your system, all of this, right? Okay. What technology you are saying? AI/ML. Why sir? What is the benefit which can help out here? What do you think in the third column, right? We are talking about key benefits and features. Predictive analysis, okay. Why do I require predictive analysis, sir?
Based on previous forecast.
How well can I do that? Right? You are looking at some predictive analysis, okay, great. Next.
Industry pattern recognition.
Industry?
Pattern recognition.
Industry pattern recognition. That's an interesting thing. So now you are doing an internal analysis with an external analysis. Great. Sir? speed of data, because my data set is huge, it makes much more sense. Okay. What do you think could be the impact on implementation steps? Shall we talk about training is okay, but I'm just saying on the short term, what could be the impact?
Involving a large capital cost.
Capital cost definitely yes, because AML projects are huge. So typically they don't call this as AML project, they rather call this as data science project, where they bring up all of these together and they bring it. Fair enough. Anybody having any other contrary views? This side of the story.
A lot of training has to be also provided for them.
Training has to be for all the things. Making sure your data quality is consistent, how you have to use it, what you have to use it, etc. Costing is going to be huge, definitely a requirement. Let's go to quickly the third scenario. This side, any point I've missed out?
Second point is the manufacturing entity most of vendor companies to collect information.
Interesting. But IoT, why do you think you can use it?
Say the manufacturing entity, consumption management, everything. Based on the IoT can get the insights and the forecasting and jamming.
But IoT and forecasting on what? On the manufacturing process? So for what? Sort of a maintenance of machines or for what the purpose? Okay, raw material forecast. I would rather prefer, see, because what happens is raw material forecast is more to do with your consumption. Maybe wastage could be an example. Common coupled with IoT, maybe wastage, preventive maintenance, that could be an example. But for raw material procurement, maybe as a follow-up, right? Warehouse management, maybe IoT could come in. Stock quality and time, right? Those things. Fair enough. Any other contrary or alternate or add-on views? Can I move to the third question? Okay, third question this side, and then we'll come that side. Repetitive and time-consuming tasks. I think this is very plain vanilla question. Finance department spends considerable amount of time repetitive tasks, data entry. They not only consume valuable time but also risks of human errors, costly mistakes. I think all of us know the answer. What is it? Right? Because it automates that manual exercise, taking of information, etc. To a limited extent, if these are devices which are generating information, you can consider IoT, but otherwise RT and 99% will solve this. Are we clear on this? Let's go to fourth. Discrepancies and delays in reconciliation.
Lack of access to, if there are multiple locations, lack of access to
Cloud could be there. Good one. Because there is also a challenge in third, which is lack of access. Cloud could act as a good resource.
And then there is reconciliation that I am considering, where we have mentioned if blockchain, if within the organization will be blockchain work or
we will have to see, because we will consider that. Okay, so that is why we head into the fourth point, so we will probably come into that. Fourth one, discrepancy and delay in reconciliation, particularly dealing with transactions across department and region, delay in closing the books, increasing compliance risk, eroding trust in financial report. Remember that word, eroding trust. Yes. What solution? Yes, sir.
Cloud computing with centralization and auto reconciliation.
Cloud computing with centralized auto reconciliation. Fair enough. That's one good way of looking at it. Next, any other? Blockchain. Okay. In this case, blockchain could be considered. I will not say will be considered always. Could be considered because of some of the common problem elements. What are the common problems? Multiple departments, functions, reconciliation, trust. I am not able to get the trust factor, right? Because I am not sure what you are doing and what I am doing are complete two different versions of, right? But practically speaking, this technology requires whatever you think is blockchain. But practically, what organizations will do in this sort of a scenario, they will go for an integrated ERP which has some of these features. Some of these features, not all. Does it mean ERP is a blockchain? No, don't get confused, right? Both are different technologies. In fact, as a part of, you can have a blockchain ecosystem on one end, and you can have a ERP system on the other.
I think the
in fact, you can also do one more thing. A blockchain could be interface between your vendors and maybe some other ecosystem. Let's say you're a car manufacturer and you're dealing with so many dealers, vendors, suppliers and customers. So that you can probably consider using a blockchain. Internally you can consider using probably deploying a cloud technology with streamlining of processes. Right? That's an example. Yes sir.
No, I think here the focus was on tools like Blackline, which has nanonets, which
is able to pick up and give you some visibility on these things. Okay.
When we implement the integration system,
yes sir,
I think all these 7 expresses whatever is there, all will be sort of.
It will be ready. Because we are having one source of truth. Right? But again, that is only taking care of integration. You have to now focus on data quality. Now, for all you know the issues because you sent it to me, I recorded incorrectly. And then we have reconciliation. So in the reconciliation we get to know what the mistakes are. But how do we rectify them? How do we identify the root cause? The root cause maybe could be manually supplement wrong. So we change from that to address this. Get it?
One more doubt.
Yes sir.
What is blockchain? Blockchain technology, is it programming language or application software? I have a doubt, but I don't have clarity.
Blockchain is a technology. The objective of the technology is to achieve few things. What are those few things? Reduce the trust deficit, have cryptographic encryption or backed by this, have single source. Those were the objectives. How you implement these technologies is by sort of a programming. And using that you program an application. For all you know, I'm just telling you how these technologies will implement. You have an application in front end which is hosted on the cloud. In the back end, the transaction is getting monitored or settled using blockchain. But it has to give some insights. So I might be using AI. All of these are hosted on a cloud. Cloud is where at the end of the day anything you do you require a server. So understand the replacement of instead of your laptop it is running on a server. That server is cloud. On the cloud what it is run? An application only has to run. What is that application aiming to do? Reconcile. So front end it is a an interface with you and I can understand. In the back end the blockchain is trying to do a reconciliation. Are you getting an idea? Now to develop that there are some coding languages like how you say Java, C++, etc. There is something called Ethereum, Ether and all of those things which is used as a program. Anybody else think over here? At least as far as phone is concerned, can RPA solve the fourth problem? I'm asking, I don't know. Could be. Do you think, I don't know, can RPA solve the reconciliation? No, that is one of the words we have to look at. I'm just trying to interplay between technologies. Can that be used? I still think you can give it a shot for reconciliation. Because reconciliation it depends. No, for a GST, what is the reconciliation frequency? Generally once in a month at least. Right? Some people might do a little differently. But at least from a company standpoint, once in a month. Auditor might do it again annually as a reassessment mechanism, whatever. But generally once in a month. So maybe this intercompany transaction, let's say I do once in 15 days as an example. Repeat it. Probably you can still use that as a technology. Right? So you'll have to pick up which part of the problem to understand it better. And remember, one technology, abracadabra, all problems solved. No. That is why digital transformation is a complicated thing. To understand the problem itself will take so much time. After that, which technology I can deploy and how to solve it? Don't say, sir, reconciliation problem. Okay, blockchain. No. If that is the case, then we should all be using blockchain only in our offices. No? So sorry, GST reconciliation. So an RPA also can properly help solve, right? Team 5, limited accessibility and data storage challenge. They are nearing capacity. Finance team finds it difficult to access financial data remotely. Global work from remote environment. Team members require flexible access. I think the focus here is only on access and storage. You are the lead, right? Yeah. Cloud, universal answer. Why? Anywhere, anytime, access, and it is scalable. The more you want, you are able to look into it. You can still have a traditional data center, but you will have to make sure that you make the infrastructure investment. If you are okay with it, go. Right? Scalability, because of that, I think cloud works lovely. What is the next thing which will probably help us? Inefficiency and tracking, managing physical assets. Physical assets, multiple locations, struggles for accurate monitoring, depreciation, maintenance, usage, leading to potential inaccuracy. Yeah. Geo-mapping is what will it do? Geo-mapping has to use something, no? IoT. So geo-mapping is a feature built into an IoT where the sensor is able to pick up which location it is at. That's all. Maintenance of machinery, very good. Preventive maintenance and other things. But how do you take care of depreciation problem? So here it says, the finance department struggles to accurately monitor the depreciation maintenance. Maintenance is IoT. Because I am able to do a preventive maintenance, I will be able to check. Depreciation one. Can IoT also help me to? Okay. So assuming I am using a factory based on shift to calculate depreciation, yes, maybe IoT sensors might give a feed. But what if any other technology can use? Machine learning? For depreciation? I think it is like getting a saw to cut carrot. You don't require a saw to cut carrot, right? You require a saw to cut wood. Right? So machine learning may be too much for this. Anybody else? Depreciation or move to solve?
RPA can help actually.
RPA to a limited extent, maybe you can give it a shot. Or a basic automation alone, like a macro. Right? Enter the details, run it, automatically calculate the depreciation. Right? See, remember, RPA comes into picture multi-application. If there are multiple applications, RPA is required. Single application within that macro will probably be able to solve. Any other perspectives? Okay, let's quickly go to challenges with decentralized and fragmented system. Fragmented, data inefficiency, lack of standardization across different regions, departments further complicate financial operations and reporting. Yes, team 7.
So the technology that we identified was cloud computing.
Cloud can probably solve it, okay?
ERP?
Or ERP hosted on a cloud maybe, okay?
The key features would be centralized data, accessibility and scalability.
Fair enough, I think that takes care of it. Anybody thinks any other technology should probably come in? AI, but what problem is it going to solve?
Efficiency in financial
Sir?
AI can solve efficiency by improving accuracy.
We are in 7.
But what will it do, sir? I'm not very clear. It will take care of standardization or what?
Inefficiency.
Inefficiency.
That problem will be solved.
No, but inefficiency is because of what?
Fragmented data.
Fragmented data is data stored in multiple places. So, you know, to improvise that, what is the thing you will do? Have data at one place. Centralize. So, systems like an ERP, cloud, any of those things can come in. Are you clear? Any other technologies or any other things which you have come across in your experience?
in this case, they can involve multiple departments also.
See, all these transformation projects runs into multiple. In fact, they run it as a project committee, members, stakeholders, all of those things.
Standardization of processes.
Okay.
Where you need to have
So most of the time, what
you
happens?
need to have a catalog of services or catalog taxonomy of
To have a unified approach of doing work, and probably put it this way. So let me tell you one very interesting information, right? I've been part of some of these projects, and at one shot, none of the finance department can be automated at this size and scale. Each of these 7 pointers become mini processes or projects of its own. To give an example, I might just pick up the issue of data inconsistency and run a project on it. Some project might run in parallel, some project might run one behind. But identification. You might decide to move into a centralized ERP. That itself is a project on its own. Then the fellow who wants to run insights, he will say, sir, my insight dashboard is ready, but the system where I am getting the data, that is not ready. So you will have to rectify this. So that is why in all the DX transformation, DX means digital transformation, DX transformation project, we draw a timeline. What is it? And just to identify the timeline and to decide which scenario, which technology could solve, that itself is 6 months project. In other words, defining the problem and knowing what the challenges and what could be a potential outcome, that itself takes place. I'm talking about larger companies. But now, take this scenario back to your office and your place. This is where you will start realizing. You may not probably require AI engines to solve. Maybe a simple RPA bot can solve some part of the problem. Right? See, tomorrow I am not expecting that after the session everybody go automate and say, tomorrow Alexa, give me this report, everything Alexa gives. No. If it asks, this client will not talk to us, client will go to Alexa. Right? The moment client gives that to us, are we able to streamline or at least take care of some of these repeated, mundane tasks? Are we able to use this technology in a better way to solve? That is the thought process we need to. Are you clear? Now, for example, sir, I am not able to track what work I have completed and I have not invoiced my client. Simple. Common problem is all of us. What work is done, I know. What work is not done, I know. Whether it is billed or not, I forgot. Common problem. If you go and ask ChatGPT for this, will ChatGPT give you an answer? What you should do? You should implement a simple process within your organization of tracking tasks. Now this tracking task you can do a manual method, literally writing in book. You can keep an Excel sheet, tick, 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 tick. You can keep a workflow management software. You are getting it? So a problem can be looked at different approaches. You need to make sense to identify which of these methods will work better. Now somebody says, no sir, I cannot invest into an office management software because it is expensive for me. I am a sole proprietor, I have a 2-member team and 5-member team we have. Okay, go back to Excel dashboard. Go back to a Google form, whatever method. Google spreadsheet, some mechanism for you to track. Maybe there is a free application available, go ahead and try using it. Then you are going back to a cloud solution, but somebody has developed the technology and just utilizing in your scenario. Getting it? So every transformation in the digital world is predominantly driven by what is that going to bring for me? And cost versus benefit. These are the fundamental factors which will always. Are you clear with this? Right? So now I hope you have got a fair sense of these technologies, how to apply these technologies. Let's quickly move to the next one. Before we head in, I just thought I'll play this small clip for you to get an idea how transformation actually from a business perspective works. So this is typically before automation and after automation. Are you able to sense how it plays? A simple car accident with so much of different scenarios, so much of features embedded within. It had IoT. That's how the sensors are able to identify. It had a various set of system integrations, APIs and all that fancy thing. It had artificial intelligence, definitely, right? That's why it is able to ask questions and other things. Maybe all of this was hosted on a cloud, maybe, right? Computing environment. What else? Maybe from a settlement standpoint, it might have blockchain, because a car insurance company, it has to speak with car dealers for parts. It has to speak with car workshop, repairing agents. Assuming injury had taken place, hospitals. To file a California report or something they said, which means police department, blockchain, to have the trust, right? So that is exactly what I am trying to say. But bear in mind, out of this only one thing could be picked up as a use case. In fact, IRDA, remember this example, a little later we have a small IRDA case, we will discuss that. It is a discussion paper which IRDA has come up, that insurance premium for cars and vehicles could be based on your usage, not about just the kilometers. There is already a pay as you go or a drive as you go sort of insurance coverage, which IRDA brought up last few years back, right? There is something based on your usage. based on some sensors which are in your car, based on how rash you drive or how quickly you drive, how many signals you skip. I'm just giving you scenarios, right? So we'll look into that. So in this module, what we do is we look into some digital transformation, what is the potential, how AI is actually coming in, pick up some case studies for us to get some information, right? First, whether we like it or not, this digital transformation is reality. How many of us, even if it's a small client in your organization, definitely we have, somebody said, sir, we have changed the software. We have upgraded the software, we have brought a new version. And more often than not, this upgrade, change version is for what reason? Because my fundamentally existing software is having a problem, right? So everybody is looking to go digital, app, anywhere, anytime, integrations. Today everybody wants reports on their mobile phone. I want one report to say daily profitability and statement, right? If that has to happen, there is a series of steps preceding that, right? So we are talking about cultural shift where people are saying, sir, I am okay with the cloud, vis-a-vis the people who are saying, no, everything I want within my location, right? So those are things which are definitely changing, and this is bringing a whole lot of strategy and right? Given that, right, we spoke about the 4 versions of industry. Now where we will see the 5 and the 6 is mass customization, cyber physical, cognitive systems, intelligent machines. Probably we have forecasted 2040, it might happen in 2030, right? We are talking about quantum computing, emotionally intelligent machines. So future looks quite exciting, right? But too far-fetched looking today is only a fiction. It's like a nice science sci-fi movie. But what makes sense for us is to understand the path and the trajectory. And most important, look at the time period between every evolution. This probably is about 100 years. This is being on average same time. Look at this. This is about 40-50 years. We are talking about 20 years. In other words, it is like test match. If today is played on TV, nobody is bothered to watch it. Right? In fact, my son got used to seeing T20 match, and I had a hard time to explain him test match. It's like what people play for 5 days. Then he was eating on simple match. He's like, daddy, in a day, in a 20-hour match, which is for 4 or 5 years. In that only they are making 200, means 5 days they make 1000 runs. He is trying to extrapolate scenarios, right? So which means the rate or the growth at which things are happening are way more rapid. That is the first lesson which we'll have to pick up, right? And second, it brings a whole lot of these questions. And this to me is the favorite. This is something which all of us have to think. Start small, start strategic. Right? To give an example, in your office itself you want to consider any of those things. What is it that I have to start as the smallest thing? The smallest thing which I may probably want to start off is task tracking. The smallest thing which I want to probably start off is, I am doing a work on a monthly basis every time. Can I automate it? The smallest of the thing is, every time an article assistant comes and giving him a question paper, he has to answer and then answer it. Can I not create something where he answers all of them and I evaluate spending just 2 minutes? Because rejection, I'm just giving a scenario, right? If you have to take an interview, of course, getting candidates itself is a big achievement this time. Right? And many times they interview us, we don't interview. Right? Trends are changing, okay. Like how many clients do you have? What is the work timings? You are working on Saturday also. Right? All those sort of questions here. Right? That's part and parcel of our journey. Right? Cultural shift are there. In fact, I heard one of this movie actor, a very seasoned movie actor, right? A very interesting one of the. He was saying that he was interviewing a young cine actor. Probably she is about 25 years or whatever, right? So he said, and he's a very experienced movie actor. He's saying that, I saw you in so and so movie. and I would like to, introduce you into the movie which I am upcoming. Senior actor said, sir, great sir, thank you so much. And he said the shooting will start on May. The answer which that young senior actor gave shocked the senior person. She immediately said, see, when somebody who's so senior is saying that, we will start off, the most common answer is what? Yes sir, it's a pleasure to work on all this. That lady immediately replied, sir, May I am already booked. I can come in June. So he asked, okay, do you have any other movie? He said, no sir, May is my holiday month, I am going to enjoy it. Right? I am just talking about the cultural thought process difference. Right? You might think, hey boss, how can such a big person making an offer that person try to reject it? But they have their thought process and priorities very different. And nothing wrong. Both of them are right. Both of them are right. If you probably swap your roles, both of you find each other wrong. So I'm saying the mindset and the perspective today is changing. So that's why my intention is no doubt to explain technology, but is also to make sure that the mindset is also going into it. Right? And when we start small and we start mapping the technology, typically what we did, okay, this technology start, this technology, then what will happen? You will get a sense, then you realize, hey, I can only do some things, I cannot do everything. That is when you go to experts, you go to solutions. I can build my own tracking software, but when somebody is already there in the market, why don't I try and experiment? So the evolution moves this way, and then you go edit, modify, and then you come into a transfer. And is this a one-step process? No, repeat it. One process I picked up, go to the next process. And by the time all the process you have picked up, either the GST law itself will change, or the client format and requirement will change, or you have a new problem. And giving you a heads up, your tax audit and September filing, or your accounting filing, or income tax filing is July and September. This sort of digital transformation is across the globe, right? And this is where some of them have come across. They say, sir, we are doing a very basic digital transformation of it. I said, okay, great, sir, for our clients are doing. I said, great. There are only 5 people, 10 people company. I guess, what is it that they are doing? Sir, we started implementing Zoho books, they say, as an example, or some cloud-based accounting software. I said, okay, what is so big in this? Sir, when you have to bring Zoho books or cloud-based accounting software, it is not that software which you are implementing. See, implementing they only can take it to know. Why they have to come to you? First you need to define chart of accounts. 99% of SMEs don't have chart of accounts itself. What is chart of accounts? Simple, sir. Ledger table which says what is the parent, what is the child. Just having number code is not chart of accounts. Number code is a means of having chart of accounts, like SAP. I went one of the questions, when it was very initial years when I was in employment. I asked my senior at the time, see, there is this dividend entry which we need to pass, the board is approved. Tell me what is the entry and where do I impact it? I know that it's obviously, dividend, the proposed dividend to reserves or whatever the entry. I said, how do I go? He says, debit 105080, credit 305090. I said, boss, dividend amount is 10 crores, what amount are you doing? He said, that is the ledger code. Right? So, I am just giving you a scenario. So, not just the ledger codes and definition is not that, it is that process. Second, deciding and streamlining the way of working. Now that company opened a bank account with HSBC or Standard Chartered, there is something called connected banking. Means what? You pass an entry in your books, payment will go from bank. You are passing an entry in your books, payment, that means 2 steps have to follow. I have to pass journal entry, I have to pass payment early. Today I pass an entry automatically, that is going, saves time. I'm just thinking, so if for a small SME, then they say they don't have an invoicing system, build an invoicing software, use so many cloud applications, interface, integrate. So what they started with a very small 5-member team, today there are 50-member team just doing this sort of process. Right? And that is the mindset which comes into picture. And many a times now clients also mature after 3 or 4 years. They say, sir, we have a new problem. Okay, one more transformation. So it is round the clock and definitely has potential. right? So in terms of a digital economy by 26, people are expecting that 20% of the economy will be using digital competent technologies, right? And I have seen this is something very interesting which I noticed. Some of the YouTube channels, they do product reviews. They do product reviews and they upload certain products, etc. There will be a small URL over there. You click on this, one of the products I really liked, I just wanted to explore. The amount of digital transformation that fellow had shocked me. I asked him, which product do you have? I said, hi on message in WhatsApp. Immediately a chatbot reply comes. Sir, that fellow's shop is not even an AC shop, sir. It is on the road, something is selling, some furniture items. The moment I say hi, he says, which are the following you want? If I click one of them, it's all through WhatsApp business, that's all. Simple WhatsApp business. I don't know how many of them are using WhatsApp business. WhatsApp business has certain feature, maybe you can consider upgrading yourself. It has certain feature, certain common responses which you want to keep on giving. You can easily give it. For example, one of the most common responses which you give to your client is writing your email ID. One of the most common thing which you write to your client is bank account number. What we will do, we will have a photo, go search the photo, send it. What the client will have to do, he will have to copy, paste it, he will do one digit, front and back, and some other account. All that you have to do is go to business WhatsApp, / bank account, I just give it as an example. Write your bank account, if you write /B, your bank account will be sent. I use /E, my email ID gets sent. Right? So like that, different scenarios you can just use it. I'm just giving you examples, right? So you could start a simplest of the transformation by understanding what the problem is. And I think we have spoken about some of these technologies, right? Data science is more to do with how do I put it? It is probably the intelligence, the AI which we speak of, right? It is all driven by data. And just like how scientists invent certain new things, a data scientist also invents new things, but it is with the data. Identifies new pattern, giving some sort of a predictive behavior. We spoke of blockchain, 3D printing, gaming, mobile technology, 5G and evolution, quantum computing. All these are fancy words which are constantly about.
Sir, what is robotics?
Robotics. Robot is robot performing certain things. Co-working robot is cobot, which means today I am working over here with my laptop. Next to me, a robot is working. Instead of I call him as a colleague, I call him as a cobot. So a cobot is a colleague robot, right? Like how in that one of the movies, I think Rajnikant says, hey, he is my colleague or whatever, right? So of course that's a humanoid and all that fancy words. But a cobot is a co-working bot which is working along with you. A cohort, a colleague, whatever. Now, why these matters, I think we have spoken enough, right? Efficiency, decision making, your customer service increases significantly. Obviously, is your competitive advantage, right? Those all become the key masters. So, I'll just give you a sense of how it is able to do it, and these are just some examples, right? Climate science. DeepMind is again an AI algorithm or an AI solution which is able to predict climate with reasonable amount of accuracy and the forecast. Volcano eruptions, high sea tide movements, seismic zones, all of this. BlackRock Asset Manager uses AI engine to analyze vast amount of structured and unstructured. What is structured and unstructured? We'll speak about later. Layman's language, structured means you have it in table form. For example, your ledger debit credit is table form. Unstructured, it is not in a particular form. Example, narration. Is narration in a predefined format? Whatever you have to write. And in fact, we did a very small digital transformation project. Very small. But it took us so much time. The company wanted to know which car sales are the highest. Since what is that? You create a product category, you start recording. Isn't that we are doing it? But the car we are color code is not there and we want this trend for 5 years. Then I ask, where is the color code? Sir, it is written in the narration. So from Tally we have to export everything. Now you know how daybook of Tally unfortunately operates this. You have run over here, run over here, run over here. It is like, you know, musical chords. Like somebody who does not in the string orchestra. So we have to first get that into a particular format and then extract that particular color word. How will you extract that particular color word? And the file size is huge. Right? Luckily, they had only 5 colors. So it was easier for us to extract it. We had to use some of the extraction tools, IDEA, whatever, all of those fancy things. And by the time we did it, we were able to give a report. But if that report had to be refreshed every month, are you getting it? Unless they go change the data capturing mechanism. Are you getting it? So, it is an iterative exercise which keeps on going on. In fact, your DeepMind help, they are able to diagnose your eye diseases with much more accuracy. One of these AI algorithms I was reading, I think IBM Watson, it is able to predict cancer detection 5 years in advance or 3 years in advance. What would potentially become a cancer, right? And there is a company by the name Karkinos Healthcare, I think based out of Hyderabad or Chennai, I'm not sure. They are into this sort of a predictive healthcare diagnosis. And best part is, based on questions you ask, they give you a feedback, what is your cancer risk score? Followed up by you do a couple of medical checkups and then they say, okay, these are the things which you should probably consider to reduce your potential, right? Or potential risk. So I'm just talking about different trends which are actually coming in this space. Let's just look into a small clip to get this view better. Right? So we saw some of the illustrative scenarios. So now what we are going to do is we are going to quickly look into this small use case where I want your thoughts. This is what IRDA's use case we told sometime back. AI driven dynamic personalized automobile insurance premium. It's called as PAYT, P-A-Y-T. I don't know what that Y means, right? IRDA's initiative for promoting safe driving in India, indirectly. Now what they have said, today the problem statement is whether the driver is good or bad, the premium is the same. Agree? Second, whether the car is in good or bad health, purely based on the age of the car, premium is calculated. A car which is driven for city versus a car which is driven for highway, the premium is the same. Now how do we think we can change this scenario? Think. We all understood the problem statement and this is something which everybody experiences, right? For all of our cars we are paying the premium. Sometimes we feel that it's a useless thing but we still have to pay. You know, from a regulatory perspective, also from safety and healthcare perspective. Now let's take one perspective. Safe driver versus rash driver. What tracking?
So there is already provision in the.
Okay.
Discount, reduced internet has not extended.
No, that is based on your claim.
Claim.
See, most of us might have had an accident, but they don't claim.
No claim policy you drawn at that time.
No claim policy is a small part of it, right? Generally, see, that means what? A rash driver who is not claimed will also get the no claim drivers compared to a safe driver. What is the difference? You're getting this thing, right? So what could be a potential risk? Yes, sir. AI is the use case. I'm talking about the data field.
Use of AI.
Ah.
Just driving maybe track the and then challan with the police or department.
Okay, we'll come to that scenario, yes, sir.
Depending upon the mileage of the vehicle, we can also decide.
Good one, good information. Good information. Mileage, I think, is a very good point. But how do you track the mileage with the car?
When it is a long drive, automatically the mileage will be more as compared to the running a car.
Oh, okay. So you are saying in this scenario.
Yeah.
In this scenario. So that means if you are saying the car is consistently giving a higher mileage, you might have. No, but come look at. I'm just taking one point of survey. So you are talking about mileage, highway versus this thing. It will give an indicator. But how will I as an insurance company get to know information about your car? You will declare. How do I know that is the correct one? So, tracking, okay.
Well, after every drive, I get a rating for rash driving, sudden turns.
Interesting. Good feature.
Now, in there is a technology. Now, all cars have they are capturing the data. If you drive some 100 kilometers, it will capture how many times you pressed the hard brake. All this data will be
interesting feature. Yes, somebody this side.
Define rash driving first.
Define rash driving first. Okay. Okay.
Then insurance.
That's right. Get an idea. Get a sense. Yeah. That is, see, I'm not talking about AI ML here.
How do you say a person is a safe driver or a rash driver?
I'm asking you that. There should be some parameter, right? Like what you were mentioning. You make a sudden turn versus a normal turn.
So, what if the car is sharing? I share my mother's car. How do you
Those are, see, that's it. That's what I'm saying. Those are all practical challenges how we have to look into. First, let us look into parameters to solve this problem. Right? Correct. So the first thing is smart cars or smart driver assisted, whatever you can call it, have certain features to capture some insights about the car movement. It could be mileage, it could be tire pressure, etc. It could be the speed at which you are going consistently. It could also be based on geolocation, because you could put one speed in the city, you could put another speed in the highway.
Road conditions.
How many times you are taking car to maintenance?
How many times you are taking car for a repair? Okay.
Road conditions.
These are some of the things which I could probably think of. Why do you think it is faster?
City driver car, highway driver car.
Correct. How many times you are crossing toll roads? All of those things. Next step. OBD, onboard diagnostic port. Basically, that's a port. Whatever you said, right? The technical word. Fancy word is all those. This thing. Okay. Next step. Past data with insurance companies. No claim bonus. How many times you have done the claim, etc. Next step. High security registration plate. Part of this.
Yes.
HSRP plates.
IND.
The IND code and all the fancy stuff, right? So these are some of the indicators for you to get started. Now here, if all of this information is required, you have to first capture this. Using the data capturing, you have to give your permission to share. Once the permission is shared, insurance company does some magic to identify. It may or may not be accurate. You will have to give that. You have to give that element of. You have to give that element of benefit of doubt for the system, and then eventually it will land. You are able to get it? Now I will flip the case a little bit. I will give you a very interesting case. This is IIT discussion paper. In US, I heard a very interesting thing. You have heard of this Oral-B company, no? Oral-B, brush. In India, it's not very popular. In US, there is this automated brush. For me, it sounded very funny, but they say, some of the countries it runs. So you press the button, you keep your teeth, it will automatically do the brush. To me, it looked like a Tom and Jerry, where I just do like this or all those things, right? You've seen that. But the story did not stop there. The story which got me puzzled was that the brush is interlinked with one mobile app. Where in the mobile app it will tell you which part of your tooth can have a cavity the fastest based on your brushing pattern. I was shocked with it. First. Second, I also went one step back and analyzed, why is this relevant in the first place? See, I can have an app for anything. What is the utilization? Then they said, this brushing pattern data can be shared to insurance company. I said, boss, why is insurance company bothered about me brushing my teeth apart? I am bothered. Insurance company should be bothered if I am not got a glucose level, whatever. Then I understood, in US, dental insurance is a separate category of insurance not covered under health insurance. Yes. In India also dental is not covered. Yeah, not covered. All insurance policy clearly they say. So in case you put that whatever, root canal, whatever fancy things. In US, if you want a dental insurance, obviously the cost and other things, they said by sharing this information, your dental insurance premium will come down. Now I thought connecting the dots makes sense. You are able to get it? Yes, yes. In India, ICICI Bank is exploring, earlier they came up with one small concept. If you are using a smartwatch and the smartwatch is consistently showing that you are active for at least X days out of 100 days or whatever, your insurance premium comes down. Some of the insurance policies in fact ask you in the preliminary question, how many times in a week do you walk and what is the duration of your walk and what is the length?
So you get a discount for at the time of renewal.
Right? But currently that is not backed by evidence. But, no, I'm just giving an example. They ask you a question and you filling up. You would say, I am the most healthiest person, I am the most distinct. But if they back it with some sort of evidence, they are able to give much more. Are you able to think how things are changing? Yes, sir.
They are keeping the wellness program, sir. For every company, they are inserting an app. In that app, there is a wellness program.
Correct.
They automatically.
It is able to track this information.
At the time of renewal,
it gives you the discount. Right? Let's pick up one more case. So this is again the newspaper article which I can probably share it across with you. Right? It is about AI-driven pre-approved loan. Today, most of you keep on getting calls, sir, you have a pre-approved loan. That pre-approved loan limit keeps on increasing. Once they start with 50,000, now 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 10 lakh, it keeps on coming. Right? Now how is that pre-approved? They say no documents, nothing required. MSMEs are able to get it. This is also based upon certain data which is available. Earlier, sales purchase were enough for you to get loans. Customer satisfaction and channel partner feedback for getting loan. How is it related? Because based on the feedback they know, are you going to consistently sell at the same rate or this is going to come down? Simple example. You agree with me? This is exactly what I'm talking about, various scenarios and trends changing. Right? Any questions or thoughts? All good? Right? Short break? Yes, especially post lunch, we can't have long sessions. Right? Sometimes post lunch we need to have small T20 match before we have a 50-over match, not just match. Right? Before we have a 50-over match. So we'll break for tea. It's 4:15. I'll request all to come back by 4:30. We'll quickly have the last round. Thank Information. What will you do with that information? A sensor will give information. Information is stored on the cloud. What do you want to do with that? I want to take a decision. I want to analyze. I want to predict the weather behavior. I want to identify the sea tide movement. That is where AI comes in, and it is able to predict.
In this class, do we learn how to use trading AI technology?
We'll discuss that offline.
Everything is online nowadays.
There. Oh, those are scams. Those are scams. Those are calling us saying algorithm trading, those are scams. Yeah. That is one of the reasons why you want this data privacy to be implemented at the least. All these nonsense to some extent will come to. So it happens at the wrong test in the exam. Okay, welcome back. So somebody was asking, sir, are there some AI tools which we can get started with? Again, giving you a small disclaimer, giving a very small disclaimer, these are tools. Go ahead, try and play your luck. Some of these tools will also be showing you live. I will show certain things, I expect you to do certain things. It's a combination of both. Are you clear? LLM based app.airtrain, generating PPTs, presentation.ai, gamma.app, virtual meeting note taker, Fireflies. In fact, this I like it. I'll show you today, remind me in case I missed it, how we are using one of these solutions in our office, how we are using this for our faculty training. This AI course, we also have to have faculty training, right? Discussions and other things. How I used it, I'll show that to you. And how faculties are using that to summarize, I'll show that to you. Just remind me, okay? Writing emails, website builder. In fact, these are all systems or solutions which are helping you. And they all come under the bucket of generative AI, which is one of the use cases. We'll come to it. In fact, we're going to start now machine learning. Once we slowly get into it, we'll move to the path. Clear? So some of you have these tools, and some of these would obviously come in. So don't. Yes. Yeah, in case you want, you take a picture, but unfortunately, this one of the slides information will come. It will not come as exact form. Equivalent form will come to you in something. But in case you want to take a slide or you want me to put an image, I will send it in the group. This slide, right? And I tell you one of the unfortunate or fortunate things. Every time I prepare this list, within 1 week the list is outdated. Within 1 week the list is outdated, right? So why I am telling you this is for you to understand how the scenario and the game plays on there. Right? We will discuss certain things as we go.
But how do we know what is the updated new thing? We all know updated.
There is no single source of truth. Let me tell you that. Right? What I do is, when I read a lot on these technologies, I am searching The AI algorithm knows that I am interested in this and I give suggestions. When there is a suggestion, I go explore. Simple. To give you one simple example of one of these applications used in our office, which could be used, but it's a very expensive solution, let me be very clear. But just to give you one flavor, right? This is a company called datasnipper.com. What this company does, it has a product. What it can do is it can scan your invoice. You have a ledger dump. Ledger dump and scan invoice. It will compare both of them based on certain common fields and say which is matching, which is not matching. In other words, I have 1000 invoices. I have a ledger statement which has 1000 line items, 1000 or 1200, whatever. What this solution does is it matches both of them and gives you a report. The problem statement is very easy. The solutioning, the architecture, the technology, the extent they use AI becomes very complicated. Because this is converting of technology into OCR, they have some limitations. I would not say 100% accurate, but it is giving a 90-95% accuracy rate, which is significant. See, out of 1000 invoices, 900 invoices is automatically able to match, 100 we have to match, that is okay, sir. 10% we have to do, 90% machine is doing, right? That's the way in which you have to think. So let's see how this solution works, right? I don't know if this video works.
Meet Day-1, the intelligent automation platform in Excel. Reduce risk, boost productivity. Documenting audit and finance procedures in Excel was never this easy. Automatically extract, cross-reference, and validate the source document of any audit and finance procedure. Say goodbye to repetitive tasks. Day-1 is the purpose-built intelligent automation platform to eliminate menial tasks up to 90%. Multiply your efforts while staying in full control. Eliminate complex and chaotic documentation processes. Drive collaboration across your audit and finance teams with powerful documentation trails directly in Excel. Easy to share and review. Standardize your procedures to boost efficiency and reduce errors. A single source of truth across your teams to drive the quality of your work, while embracing new challenges in the fast-changing audit and finance industry. Use the Day-1 platform for any audit and finance procedure, whether you need to automatically extract data from source documents or reconcile sample data to supporting evidence. Used by more than 500,000 audit and financial professionals across 100 countries. Day-1 instantly accelerates your audit and finance team's productivity, so you save time to focus on the work your team loves most. Happy snipping!
So the name itself suggests, just like a snipping solution, it snips all of this and gives you a perspective. Now in terms of pricing, it is obviously expensive because of the technology type, right? But these over point of time will become much more cheaper. Why? Sir, he might be a monopoly today. But in a span of 3 months, he might not be a monopoly. 100%. Right? So things like this will keep on changing, and the objective for us is to get flavors of each and every component. Right?
But when there's no standard invoice for it, then
yes. That is right, sir. So the whole objective is based on the fields which you want, it will extract that and give it to you. So you define what is a field, based on it is extract. That is what it is.
So can you show an example?
I just showed you, right?
Like scanning anything.
That I have to show you a video a little later. I will probably test it. I'll show you. I have something. Maybe if not today, I will try to cover it. Okay, let's quickly move to our interesting discussion on machine learning. Right? What is machine learning? What is this objective intending to? First, we will understand what is data and various data types. Spend some time to understand some concepts and what algorithm is relevant for a finance and audit profession. The fact of the matter today is, whether you like it or not, whatever we are speaking today was existing at least 20 years, 30 years before. You heard me right? Whatever I am speaking today already existed 20 or 30 years before. Meaning, I'll give you a simple example. Way back in our initial days, in Excel there was a feature called macro. There was an option called record macro. If you record a macro, click this, do this, it will exactly do that and do that once again for you. But if it has to do something like that once again, don't you think somewhere the code for doing that is already written? That means go back to my definition of artificial intelligence. I have given the input, I have given the output. Self-programmability happened. That means the ability of a machine to basically get started with this was already there. But what has changed now is, first, data sets have become huge and humongous. First. Second, we are having much more smarter and intelligent systems. Therefore, I am able to generate much smarter algorithms. Because earlier I may have a scenario but I did not have data. Today more and more data, I am able to think in multiple scenarios. Right? Earlier, like Amazon used to say, right? Those who went, bought this, also bought this. Earlier there was no Amazon website. What was their physical store? Physical store will have all possible things, and near the billing counter you will have chocolates. Near the billing counter you will have some toffees. Something which actually you don't want, but you will still buy it. Yes, sir. You see any of the billing counter in the supermarket, in the billing counter you will always have some points. 100% you don't want that, but you go. The amount of purchase you do in a supermarket is way higher than the amount of purchase you do in a grocery store. In a grocery store, you have a list and you tell this is all you want. In a supermarket, you are going with a car, you have put this. Because the very fact that image appears, psychologically it matters. Today, I have converted that entire thing into digital. Using algorithms to do it. So, data is that smart algorithm. And thankfully today we are having complicated hardware which can take that load. Earlier, so there is something called as in AI world we call it as GPU. GPU, processing units. Right? It has such a speed, and typically one GPU today will probably cost about 10 to 15 lakhs. Right? You can deploy a few GPUs and perform that, it will work much more faster. Imagine I connect all your laptops and create one so-called virtual machine. Your laptops will run as it is, but the energy of all your laptop I create into one combined machine. Like that Spider-Man movie, one of the movies, he has some power and everything comes together. Right? Can I solve bigger things much more faster? Yes. Can I run a rule engine to identify how many of them have claimed HRA benefit and still are having their own housing property loan? I can do some analysis. I can decide whether to send a notice or not. That's a different story. I'm just talking about a scenario. That means these three are a vicious circle which is creating more and more growth opportunities for machine learning to come into picture. And we are talking about data, a concept called big data. In fact, big data we use this word 3 V's or rather 4 V's. First is volume, huge. Example, Amazon, Flipkart sale. I'm not sure how many of them remember. This Flipkart sale started with an example of Amazon has a concept called Black Friday sale in US. Quite similar to this, Flipkart wanted to start off and they started Big Billion Day sales. The first Big Billion Day sales I remember, pen drive was 1 rupee for 1000 customers. Remember this, all of us would have experienced this. Everybody wanted to buy that. None of us were able to succeed. Because Flipkart did not expect that load. Everybody was against Flipkart and all those things. In fact, the founders of Flipkart wrote an apology letter. I remember that. This was a big sensation. But year two, that thing happened because they learned their lessons. They understood that volume matters a lot. Second, velocity. The speed at which it comes, the speed at which it is streaming, the speed at which it is getting generated, all of those matters. Third, variety. Not every data set is same. The data sets are significantly changed. I keep on saying, sir, what is a data set? Let's understand a simple thing. A restaurant having a Swiggy sales. He wants to know, sir, I have now tied up with Swiggy. I have tied up with Swiggy, my sales is increasing. But tomorrow, should I make more idli or more upma or more biryani? How do I know that? Today Swiggy is giving predictive analytics so that this fellow is not able to waste food. And for that Swiggy will charge the hotel, okay boss, you pay me 1,000 rupees per month. He says, sir, 1,000 rupees, at least I am able to save food, right? Now we understand how Swiggy wants to expand its marketplace. See, today, when you are well established in the system and gathered so much of information, you can give any sort of information and any sort of service. Today, if you want to know eating habits, the government of India has to ask only 2 people. Agree or not? Maybe other people are there, but these two will give us something. And today, if you see Zomato, if you order food, it will say how many people have ordered food today. I think one of them says Swiggy or Zomato. They keep on adding some interesting features. All those fancy things, right? And I was told, which is the most ordered item in India? Biryani. I'm serious. The most ordered item in this thing, in Swiggy, Zomato, whatever, one of those reports is biryani was the most ordered. See, it is fun. But the same thing, I use it in a channelization for a restaurant to say, boss, I will give you more insights about this, will you be able to invest it? He will say yes. He might start with 1,000 rupees, he might land up with 10,000, 1 lakh rupees, whatever else, right? That means I am talking about velocity. Then I am talking about variety. Then I am talking about veracity. The uncertainty. It might come today, it may not come today, there is a pattern. So all of these 4 characteristics constitutes what is called as big data. Now with this big data, if I don't analyze, it is useless. So the engine which analyzes this is called what? Artificial intelligence. Right? And what is happening? We are having much more smarter algorithms which are coming into picture. We are having framework, we are having players. These are all in simple language, like how we had the good old Java. I remember way back in 2005 to 2010. If you knew Java programming, that fellow was a big successful person. And you have seen some of these movies also where some funny emails, this thing was it. I knew Java, therefore I became a millionaire. Indian millionaire. 10 lakh rupees. Not a US millionaire. Right? So I'm just giving you an example. So these technology stacks are also increasing. So we saw data increasing. We saw algorithm increasing. Now we are seeing hardware increase. Today any amount of data these fellows are having. Thanks to this guy called Nvidia. The share price, I'm sure you have seen how it is skyrocketed and whatnot. And everybody says, oh, you are buying that share. Everybody was searching for gold mine. This fellow started making spans. Sorry, what is that? Shovels. Correct? It's all about because of digging gold using one shovel. And he is one of the market leader. He owns like 60-70%. Of course, statistically it might change. So that means these 3 things have definitely paved way for that. Right? And therefore it makes sense for us to understand what is this data we are talking of. The beauty of this data can be any sort of information in digital format. It could be tables, it could be rows, it could be structured, it could be unstructured. It could be even your SMS transaction history. It could be FASTag. All of those, it has this characters. You are trying to use this in size and scale to analyze and give this. Now, how does this data get generated? Very interesting. You are having today, I think I gave you an example, right? what is it, blockchain.io you all visited. Now sudden huge rush of visitors to blockchain.io. We didn't do anything, we just visited the website, but the system is generating that much amount of data about number of people visiting automatically, real time. Historical data I have, streaming data. I'm sure in IPL you will see on top corner what? Number of viewers. On an average, other than the first 2 overs or the few overs, the last few overs at least 5 crore plus you have. No, 5 crore people are viewing a video. That means how much scalable that underlying system has to be. Correct? So this world, data will forever grow. Forget that, sir. 2 years back you had a 32 GB or a 64 GB smartphone. Is that sufficient today? 1 year later you will go for 128 GB. A year later you will go for 5 will keep on going. After a point, you will not have storage space, you will eventually go for cloud storage. Google gives 15 GB free. After that, what you will do? 100 GB then you have to make a payment. Correct? So things will keep on changing in this way, and therefore the first thing we need to understand, what is the meaning of structured data? Data which is very simple, neat, clean, formatted. Take it, analyze it. Is structured. The simplest example of structured data is trial balance. You have trial balance. Tally is able to generate whatever said and done, tally any sort. You will have particulars, debit, credit. Is that easy to analyze? What analysis you want, that is your headache, depending on what business you see. So, it is arranged in rows, columns, often in relation database, spreadsheets, financial records, customer data, CRM, bank statement. To a large extent, if you ask me, is structured data. I am not talking about printed document. I am talking about a bank statement which I am able to download in CSV or Excel. But some banks have this peculiar problem. If you download the bank statement in CSV or Excel, they have done an internal logic that the PDF gets converted into Excel and gives us a number. And how many times we struggle to format and get that into shape? Agree? I'll give one more example of reasonably structured data but difficult for analysis. All of your clients did share trading. You saw an AI report. Until that point of time, you didn't know the client had so much money to do share trading.
Correct.
Agree or not? Every day they ask you, sir, paisa le sir, dudh le sir, paisa nahi hai, padam le. Correct? But if you see that was not share trade, that is what we summarize the total, it is running to more than the salary. Because of, periodical volume based whatever it is. No, you ask him a statement, he will download a PDF report and give you. How much time we spend to struggle? Of course, we ask them CSV, they are able to get it. So, structured data in its very form is normally easy to analyze and understand. On the contrary, you have made some payment. That wording, 1 or 2 words is appearing. You don't know when you make a payment. What will you do? Go to your SMS and read. Go to your email and read. You do all that struggle to figure out where you made the payment. Answer. So structured is easy, unstructured does not have a specific format. Social media post is an unstructured data. Now using the social media post, some companies do sentimental analysis. What are, like for example, this AIS conference which took place in Hyderabad a month before. On social media there was a firm which did all this analysis and gave a very interesting report. Unstructured data. On image, doing analysis on image is not so very easy, yeah? Right? Video, CCTV footages, movies, all of those becomes unstructured. And then you have the semi-structured. You may have it in a format, but you may not be able to read it on the internet. Example, AIS is downloadable in JSON file. You remember last year, AIS GST was available in JSON file. But the JSON file, when you are able to read and interpret, you have to go to one YouTube, you have to go to one website, you upload it here, you got that for the hard only 10 lines you will upload. But today, all of our softwares are matured, it can convert JSON into a format you want. So they use that semi-structure, the software company had to do it, you need not do. But every time you keep on getting a JSON file, it's not that the software will automatically read. He has built a software to understand that and interpret. Semi-structure. Right? If you ask me, even a bank statement, PDF converted to Excel to some extent is semi-structure. Right? Now, given that we know all of this, all of these in machine learning, if you have to get started, the first work is cleaning the data. So you will be wondering, sir, what is that cleaning the data? Simple, sir. You took one AS document, PDF, you converted to Excel. One place space is there, one place comma is there, full stop is there, you are cleaning it now. The same thing data engineers do today to clean and make the data in analyzable form. Because most of the data used for analytical purpose is not in structure. If it is in structure, it has a defined outcome. This is what I can do. In my example, I told you the tally car sales scenario. He had the sales of car, but the car model color was not there. It was in the narration. Classical example of cleaning the data to get this, and therefore you need to transform this. Are you clear? So we got an understanding of what these models are. Or sorry, what do you mean? What these types of data, right? Now based on this, can we try to do one small activity for us to be able to get an idea, right? So what I will do is, yes,
it depends between cleaning and dicing.
Cleaning is putting in a format in which it is required. Sanitization is sometimes your data has some personal information. You don't want to use that personal information for analysis because it has sensitive data. So sanitization is more of cleaning up that sensitivity element. Now for example, I say, sir, you have 5 lines, give me 5 lines bank statement. If we both have a non-disclosure agreement, you will say, okay sir, because we have an agreement, I will give you the client name and details. If we don't have an agreement, for example, I say, sir, give me as it is, you will say, no sir, client confidential. So what you will do, okay, I can do one thing, sir. I can remove the client name, maybe change the data like ABC to XYZ and then give it to me, sanitization. Cleaning is putting into that format. So what we will quickly do, I want you to go to this website, teachable machine with google.com. Teachable machine with google.com. Or you can simply type teachable machine, you will get this. Teachable machine with google.com. Because we've been doing it so many times. No, but we have been doing it last 3-4 days, so my machine is remembering everything.
No, not your machine, sir. Our also remembering.
Wi-Fi is working?
Wi-Fi disconnected.
Please try clicking the COE-ICA once again, check your settings.
It is disconnecting very frequently.
All concerns I have taken, beyond the point I also don't have control. So I will catch out on the concern. Please give your complaint. Bell-shaped curve with outliers. But in the normal bell-shaped curve, curve we understood that 90 to 95% of the data comes within the normalized 5% as outliers. What the machine does is, based on the data, it identifies how much is normal, how much is the right outliers. Based on that, it predicts. Okay. If this is what is the scenario, this is what can happen. Maybe there could be one-off cases which is huge, but generally it is. If in the same bell curve, the data is mostly at outliers and not here. That means it is an erratic behavior. That means it's all more concentrated elsewhere, not on this. So that prediction becomes very difficult. You are understanding? So depending upon each scenario, your machine learns. And what I am trying to tell you is the logic which machines go through on the programming side for it to give us the result. It's an ability of the machine to learn programming using these models and functions. Yeah, I think I spoke about this, right? Can machines learn? This is exactly what I was trying to say. Just like a human expert, right? These are just simple news clippings or news which you can talk of, right? AI is no longer a science fiction. It is a reality, right? And I talk about one simple scenario. I don't know how many of them have seen this. Anybody? What is this? It's a game called Go, quite similar to Chinese checker games, right? Where the best of the brains, Lee Sedol, played against AlphaGo. AlphaGo beat him hands down, and he's considered to be the best in this space. This happened even with Vishwanath Anand in chess, Carl Magnusson in chess. It's another matter. Carl Magnusson understood the way the chess opponent was playing and defeated after 2 or 3 times. But it was not able to defeat because the data it was trained was only one side. So I'm just telling you how machine learning has evolved over a point in time and where we actually sit and learn. And let me tell you, this is not very far. In our finance it is happening. Forget AlphaGo, right? They are able to use this for the research. They are able to hire, or the background verification and candidate assessment. They are talking about using AI. Based on the response the candidate gives, I am deciding. Forget it, sir. I'll tell you, there is something called sentiment analysis which is there. Based on the CFO speaking the results and his face movement, they are predicting, is he talking the truth or is he trying to do some mischief? And what could probably be the impact of that on share price be? In fact, I'll show you this image. Where our friend Elon Musk, he posted in Twitter, now X, I am considering taking Tesla private at $420. Funding secure, right? Shareholder could either sell at 420 or hold up. The moment he posted this, he posted 9:48 AM. Look at the trade spike which happened. Are you able to sense this and this? Sentiment analysis. The fact that something was posted on Twitter triggered the algorithms to start buying the shares. As a result, because the price was probably maybe at $200, $250, whatever it is. And the time lag between this was probably less than 10-15 minutes. That's an indication to say, now you and I, if you have to buy also, by the time we purchase the transaction, how much time it takes? And are we going to, we would have bought from 10 shares, 100 shares, 200 shares. Will it influence the price so much? No. Who is doing this? Robots, algorithms, machine learning systems. That is where this is becoming closer and closer into the space. Yes, please.
Short question on this. When we talk about this specific example of Tesla, so you are saying there is a tool that is scanning all of the social media.
There is hundreds of tools.
Yes, scans based on it, create strategy for the trade, and then also executes the trade. So that's the complete cycle that runs.
In such a short span of time.
Because that's when you get the arbitrage, sir. Earlier, you remember we had one concept when I was studying. I remember when I used to study this. There was something called arbitrage trade. Yes. What is it? Buy in Nifty, sell in BSE. Buy in Bombay Stock Exchange, sell in National Stock Exchange, or vice versa. Why? Price was always different. Today, by the time you buy and sell, it is becoming the same. Why? Trade, alone. Correct? So the time, because these are all things which require instant. Right? And let me tell you, the concept of all this machine learning is not something new. This was a paper by MIT Research. See the date? 1966. 51, 52 years back, whatever. They are speaking about a word called. That's why I keep on saying, these are not old things. These are old things which is getting refined, and the tools are so many today that they are able to get these things. Right? As it is forward, giving the ability of the computers to learn, improvise the accuracy, etc. But this is what is a key indicator. You have supervised and unsupervised learning. The machine goes through that by what is called as feature extraction. In my example of uploading image, what is the feature? Maybe the eyes, maybe the nose, maybe the back, or anything. Because as of now, I have not told the computer what is the feature you have to consider. I have told these are images, you consider whatever. Imagine I say compare based on eye or particular length, what is that? I am doing what? Right? So supervised learning always has an element of a stick which is checking. Unsupervised does not have it, and that's where it becomes tricky. So if you have scalable unsupervised model, you have to be very, very careful, because the output could be either this way or that way, right? So we are talking about unsupervised, supervised, and then the new data set comes. It is doing that comparison, and the new data set is what? My case, the fourth photograph, right? And this algorithm is creating certain things. Either it is grouping objects, identifying, probably predicting, or even maybe automating. So this is the fundamental thought process of machine learning. I have to take one or two questions. Yes, sir.
Yesterday I was in Sony Links, कौन बनेगा करोड़पति. So even with the voice modulation of Amitabh Bachchan, through the process it has created the picture. Does it happen?
Sir, today I tell you this voice modulation, just to give an example. It is very, very easy to mimic your voice, yes, thanks to the unfortunate technologies which is used for negative use.
Yes.
So today people, what they are doing, they are taking some media where they are extracting the voice, yes, converting into an emergency script, yeah, calling from an unknown number and saying, hey, you know, I have been stuck, please make this immediately because they are not going to let me go on. The script is written, everything the voice is written, right? It is a case of the same tool or the same knife which is used for negative purpose. That's yes, yes.
So through the advancement of technology, there are a lot of negativity as compared to the positive.
Sir, it is always the case that way, sir.
So God should be the precaution.
We'll come to it, sir. We still have nine modules. First thing, sir, we will get into this thing in good minutes. Anybody is not marked your attendance? First session, second session.
Second session.
Okay, there are a couple of them. Kumar sir will come through this thing and we will take it.
So the whole day.
Variables in the place. How is A and B related? We are doing more about discovery analysis. That this could become very important, especially the word clustering is very crucial. I'm not sure how many of them are aware in Excel. There is an option to do clustering. Right? I'll speak about that probably in a few minutes. Right? Finding common set of items in a transaction. So what is the use case? Spend pattern, ATM withdrawal history. So So I know for on an average you always spend 5,000 rupees. Or you are withdrawing 5,000 rupees. Okay, 10,000 withdrawal, no problem. 15,000 withdrawal, call. Agree? Unsupervised. Are you able to get the difference? Now let's see how the image of an unsupervised could be there. It could indicate that it is categorized here. Number of years at the company versus the income which you have earned. Just because you have been forever in the company, it doesn't mean that you get the highest income. Maybe the CEO or the 1%. If both of them were rational, higher this, it should come like this, no? That means on an average in the company only so many people retain in maybe 5 to 10 years. On an average the income is always in this range. It is clustering, grouping. Now you are doing an e-commerce audit. You can use this clustering analysis to identify top, bottom. You have heard of the Pareto analysis? What do you call that? 70-30-20 rule, 80-20 rule, 60-40 rule, what are combinations? Are you able to understand where each of these can come into picture? See, it's not that tomorrow I will say, boss, use unsupervised learning and generate something. It is conceptually we should be aware where each of these technologies or the scenarios come into picture. Then of course the semi-supervised, you have a concept of labeled data and unlabeled data. In my example, remember image I mentioned as Amit, my image I mentioned as superhero. Labeled data. The third data which was introduced, unlabeled data. Right? Enhancing fraud detection with supervised model, unsupervised model, maybe you have some amount of information which is trained, some amount of information which is not trained. That is where semi-structured, yeah? Right? And of course this reinforcement learning I told you, cars, driverless car. They use what is called as a reinforced agent, where the entity, there is an agent who takes the decision. A simple example. Assuming a driverless car is going, you find a cow and a human being. What should it? I think this is that was a part of driving test also. Somewhere I remember reading this, right? What should you do? You should hit the cow or you should hit the human. Both are wrong. You should apply the brakes first, right? So there is an agent which takes a decision, which considers the context. What is the context? A road. The same thing probably you are doing in, let us say, a forest, and you are under attack. Exchanges, right? Action which you take, rewards. All of these become important in what? Reinforced learning. That means you are learning, but I am putting some more information. So it is a sort of supervised learning, but I am saying, boss, you have learned, but this is incorrect. It is like that you have, it's like the article stuff in our office and what we are doing with them. Initially they learned something, but they made some mistake. You reinforce, get that right, so that can do it. And that is where it becomes interesting. An example could be portfolio management. Your algo trading, right? They consider this reinforcement, right? So now that we got this idea, let's do a quick activity of trying to do some time series forecast analysis. Let's quickly open a spreadsheet. I will probably take another 15 minutes for those of you who are continuously looking at the watch. No, I don't mind if you are continuously looking at the watch. I only mind if you take the watch and start hitting the check whether it's working or not. There is something called the recommended charts. Right? Or you can also go to this what is called as a line chart. You have to go to Microsoft Excel. You have to go to Microsoft Excel. You have recommended in the insert menu. You have what is called as a line chart. click on insert. You have an option called line chart. Hopefully you are able to get a chart, something like this. Yeah, index column only, because then the period will capture it. Because unfortunately what happens, Excel assumes that numbers should be also data. The years also to be data. Let's choose only the index column for want of a better this. Are you able to comment here? I repeat. What did we do? Yeah. All of you were able to get this data. First question, all of you got this Excel data. From there, all of you came into Excel sheet, copy pasted it. Please click on index from top to the last most. You can also choose even the blanks, no problem. Even if you choose or don't choose also, it's okay. Preferably choose the blank. Go to insert menu. You have a series of different types of charts over here. On the top corner, right, you will find a line chart. I'm just going to expand this chart so that it's a little easier for us to understand. Now what you will do, you could probably choose a different view so that you are able to get some trend or movement or whatever it is. You will find on top corner one option called as add chart element, extreme left corner, or sometimes if you click on the chart there will be a plus icon. Extreme left corner you will find add chart element, or you will find a plus mark. Under that, please come to this option called trend lines. Getting, not getting? I repeat, all of you have come into the stage of the chart. Then I clicked on the chart and I clicked this option to make it a little more visually appealing, that's all. Right? Then what I did, I went to the extreme top corner. What is the option called, is it? Add element or something, no? Add chart element, and then click on trend line. The moment you click on trend line, just click on exponential. What are you getting? Are you able to get some sort of a prediction?
Yes. What?
It is predicted until here only, sir. How did you get this sort of a prediction for the next period? This is where the basic machine learning is being used by Microsoft. For us to predict what should be the trend. For us to predict what should be the trend. I'm just giving one scenario. You could do multiple scenarios, right? Now you could go over here. You could do what is called as a linear trend line. What linear trend line, it gives you y is equal to a plus bx. So with the presumption that it will linearly grow, maybe I will expect only this. But if you see this data very carefully, initial years it was very less. Suddenly it started increasing. Don't you think based on the increased trend, it will not grow like this, rather it will grow like this. That is why we chose the first one. Are you able to get it? I'm just giving you one simple sense to say how a trend could be forecasted with a simple spreadsheet for us to get that sort of, this is what is called predictive analytics. Now if the same data you want to do descriptive analytics, it is only focused until this. I hope you are able to get it, right? So the trend analysis is one simple example we are using. What? Prescriptive. Does it make sense? Are you able to get an idea? See, at the end of the day we can talk about Python, we can talk about scripting, all of those. But question is, what is it that I want? Can my Excel do some basic thing for me? Of course, here there are some statistical reinforcements which we have to do, fine tune the accuracy, fine tune some of the measurements, you will get a better results. But I'm just telling you this is the starting point for us to. For all you know, you copy this data set to ChatGPT and give me the prediction, it will ask you which model you want, it will give you the answer. At the end of the day, you might eventually do it, that is as the simplest step. But the intention is to give you a conceptual way how this actually grows in. Are we clear? Right? So this is where I told you, if you have to put it into an image form, your machine learning, this is basically a summary of whatever we spoke, right? Machine learning, your supervised learning, what it can help you is with classification, regression analysis, your reinforcement learning, your unsupervised learning, each of them focus on a particular trait. Are you clear? Now coming to the so-called modeling, how does this happen with? How is Amazon able to predict what, or how is YouTube or Netflix giving you the next suggestion? It is following a series of steps over here. Obviously they have a data set, they have extracted, structured, they do what is called feature engineering. What is feature engineering? What is the attribute which I want for me to make a forecast analysis, whatever. Then they train the model. For example, a person who is using this is the next behavior he tends to do. So therefore, what you have to do, every person who buys a mobile phone recommend this. Supervised plus unsupervised. Now I told you the funny example of fan and rope. It is what? It is done not by supervised, it is unsupervised learning. Now you have to rectify that. What do you do? Reinforcement. Are you able to get that? And then you evaluate the model, because please bear in mind, what you see and what sir does or what madam does that, the same thought process has to happen. So I create a model so that that model is deployed and it keeps on. Are you getting what machine learning is? I put it in a very simple, I can go into much complicated terms, right? But this is the core of it, right? And typically in finance, I think I told you pattern recognition, identifying one sort of a pattern. Prediction, we just showed it to you how it happens. Anomaly detection, are there any outliers or anything on those lines? Fraud prevention, data mining, process automation, all these are typical cases where it comes. So what is it for you and me? With the help of this, with larger data sets, real-time alerts, real-time pattern detection, you are able to analyze larger sets of data. You could probably summarize the data, right? That, my dear friends, is basically machine learning and those elements. And those of you who thought that maths and stats are no longer required. Your machine learning has only done. Right? Question is whether do I require so much to reach that? That is depending upon your use case. I am talking about concepts. So a person who is doing a machine learning engineer, unless his math and stats and these things are not solid, forget about it. Right? Then comes structured data, database, querying, pulling the data, creating that knowledge, visualization, and that's how it actually goes. Today you and I see this. Maybe one level down, there are some people who do this. Maybe way back down, some of them. You're getting it? Right? So that, my dear friends, is machine learning. Open for questions. If you want to do something more with the Excel, we can just do it as a couple of minutes and then we can wrap it. Any questions? What is the evolving landscape of Industry 4.0? We spent some time on 5 to 6 technologies. Anybody can tell me quickly what are these technologies? First is of course AI, I understood, then we have talked about RPA, blockchain, cloud, IoT, anything that we have done? Then we moved into understanding digital transformation, and from there we moved into then we moved into specifically machine learning. We understood the pros and cons. We tried to train a system, whether it worked or not, we understood what the concept of training is. Then we tried to see the forecast using a simple Excel. Now what you can expect in the tomorrow's session? 3 broad things are going to be covered in tomorrow's session. One, from tally. I repeat, from tally. Can I extract something into a report? Can I build some sort of a TDL related things using tally? Of course, depending on faculty, depending on times, these are proposed to be covered. Next, we will try to spend some time how we could use ChatGPT from simple basics to customization. We will talk about how to reply to a GST notice, maybe some income tax notice, whatever. We will try to play around with it. Then you will also understand in a financial forecast, project finance, if you have to do some things, right? What has to appear. This is basically what is planned for tomorrow. The next day, which is your third day, what will happen is you will have a session on auditing and assurance, carbon reporting and other things. I'll just give an example. How it can be used in tax, and of course we look into some ethical aspects. Are we clear? Right? So with that, we formally come to the end of day 1. Just give us a couple of minutes. I think there might be some announcements. I think tomorrow if you have tally, ChatGPT is